Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Welcome back. For those of you guys who are just joining us for Karen Reed, including Happy Annie, welcome. Or if you missed it, welcome for the first time. And if you're new, welcome as well. Welcome one and all. We are here for some more insanity, and look at her. She's got her special troll hairdo. I'm so excited, in full force. She has an added, what should we call this? Like appendage, if you will, to the hairdo. We have a new spin on it where she's pulled out a big chunk in the front. So this is interesting. This is an interesting look. Okay. So we are here on day 7. And this is the court housekeeping. So we have a little bit of wiggle room here with the feed. It works out perfectly with the timing. And let's just jump right into the insanity. Let the chaos continue.
All right, it's 10:30 a.m. Time set for trial in State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell, CR 2021-001704. The parties are present, jury's not present. Are we ready to bring in the jury?
Back. Yes, sir.
Defense ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Are they ready to
bring the jury?
Excellent. All right, so we will just skedaddle on ahead here.
State will call Detective Nate Duncan.
All right, Detective Duncan.
All right, sir, go ahead and stand up here and be sworn in.
One thing I will say, so we use different feeds for this. The reason I've settled on law and crime is this. I've found that with all the different feeds, the sound is the best for law and crime, but also it is actually kind of helpful because they do list the witness down below, and it's a lot easier than me trying to update it on a ticker or update it in the chat or whatever. So anyway, but yeah, so we've I think that they've had the best sound. Anyway, just note that. Here's the Elmo. Oh my God. Go Elmo. Go Elmo.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning. My name is Nathan Duncan. I'm a detective with the Chandler Police Department, Robbery Homicide Unit.
How long have you worked for Chandler Police Department?
Well, I'm 2 months shy.
Now this is the dude who was sick, by the way. I mean, I don't know how he seems well today, but yeah, I don't know. I hope he's feeling okay, but he looks well enough though.
5 years.
Can you tell us the different areas you have worked?
Well, after graduating from the academy in September of 2000, I went into the patrol unit. It was a patrol unit for about three and a half years. I then left there and became a detective, working for approximately the next 11 years in our property crime section. And in the last 10 plus years, I've been working in the robbery homicide unit.
Twiz is here.
In your career, have you been asked to write search warrants to obtain and review cell phone records?
I have.
In your career, have you been asked to write and obtain search warrants for iCloud records?
Yes, I have.
And in your career, have you been asked to basically write search warrants for all different types of social media and digital media?
Yes.
On July 11th of 2019, were you working that day?
I was.
And what were your hours at that time?
During that time, so weekdays, days, and I believe at the time I was on a Tuesday through Friday schedule, 10-hour shifts.
So on Thursday, July 11th of 2019, did you learn of a shooting at 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler?
I did.
How did you learn about it?
I actually had learned by listening to the radio, or heard the call kick out and of the shooting at the Four Peaks location, and then soon after that received a phone call to assist detectives at that location.
When you arrived at the scene, what can you describe for us what you saw?
Yes, I believe I parked to the
Welcome, Doug.
West of the location. When I arrived, I saw a crime scene tape had already been placed. There were emergency vehicles such as fire vehicles and police present already. I then walked towards the front of the house where other detectives had gathered and spoke with them regarding the case, and then we were given tasks.
When you arrived, was Alex Cox still on scene, or did you see him?
I did see him from a distance. He was seated on the sidewalk. I did not get close to him and did not know who he was at the time.
When you arrived, do you know if Lori Vallow was there?
I never saw her.
When you arrived and you said you met with other detectives, were you given an assignment or task to do?
I was.
What was that?
I was asked to assist Detective Coons with the crime scene and basically be an extra set of eyes and hands for him when processing this crime scene.
Okay. So you're with Detective Coons. Was there also anyone else assisting you?
At some point, Detective Werther was there as well. And we had a
Detective
patrol officer that
Werther,
was
we heard
standing
from
by
you.
helping us, and also a crime scene investigator with us.
Okay. Before you can enter
Detective
the
Werther is the Ariel.
house, did you obtain or did you have someone write a search warrant so you could go in the house?
Yes,
So does that mean you guys had to just kind of wait around for that to be approved?
absolutely.
And then ultimately, did you enter the scene around 11:53 in the morning?
We did.
When you were helping process this scene, you were not the case agent, right?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of the time of the 911, when the 911 call was placed?
I was aware at the time, at that particular moment. No, I was not.
Is that something you learned later?
Yes,
Did you include that in your report at some point?
I did.
Did you get the time correct in your report?
I did not.
Have you since verified through listening to the 911 call and looking at the CAD report of the time of that 911 call?
Yes, the correct time on the 911 call is 8:36 hours. That I noticed through the 911 call and CAD in reviewing for this. Then I did notice that in my supplemental report, I noted the wrong time of 8:32.
Okay. Were you aware of who made the 911 call?
I was.
And who was that?
Alex Cox.
So when you are finally allowed to enter the home, can you tell us what you observed when you first walked in?
Well, prior to walking in, we had a crime scene technician go through and take overall photographs of the entire residence. After that, we utilized the Lizard Q system to take additional photographs. Once that was complete, then we made entry in to make our own observations. The front door faces to the west of this home, and as you enter, there's a small foyer. Blue is white and black checkered flooring, and then you step into what I refer to as a great room that had no furnishings. There was a mirror on the north wall, a large picture window on the east wall, a mirror on the south wall, and a mirror on the west wall. I noticed the body of the deceased, later identified as Charles Vallow, laying on the western portion of the room. He was in what we call the supine position, with his head to the north and his feet to the south, and his arms on each side of his body.
Okay. When you saw Charles Vallow, did he appear to be fit?
Yes.
When you went into the scene, did you notice a lot of blood around the scene?
We did not.
When you were looking at Charles Vallow, you told us that his hands were each to his sides, correct?
Correct.
Did you notice any blood on his left hand?
I did.
Where did you notice that?
I noticed some blood in the webbing, we call the webbing of Charles's left hand. And in seeing that blood, and with not seeing any other blood, the only source of blood for that to come in contact with would have been on Charles' chest. So I felt that could have been from him placing his hand to his chest at one point before finally coming to rest.
So the flooring around where Charles's hand was, there was no blood around that floor area.
Correct.
I'm gonna put up, if I can have the Elmo.
Elmo. So this Halo theme, is that related to Ariel? Because like I was singing them, Ariel, Little Mermaid, right? Annie, she did not ever get her hands tested for GSR.
There we go. All right, so what we see here in Exhibit 40, when you arrived, fire had already gone in, done whatever treatment, and removed themselves from the residence, right?
Yes.
So you can still see some of their equipment attached to Charles, correct?
Correct.
And then what we're looking at here is his left hand.
Yeah, his left hand on top of his left thumb and on the side of his left index finger.
And I'm putting 41 up. Is that what you observed?
Yes.
So even around Mr. Vallow, did you notice a lot of pooling of blood around him?
I did not.
Sorry, stop everything. New scroll friend, Annie, welcome. New scroll friend in the chat. Love it. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome. Glad you're here. We have 2 Annies now.
Did you notice more sort of after the medical examiner's office came and enrolled him and moved him around?
Yes.
You talked about mirrors in that room. Did you notice any cracks or?
For anyone who didn't hear this part, the mirrors in the room. Okay, so Lori had only had this house for 3 weeks that Charles was renting for them. And within the 3 weeks, she had somehow set up all these mirrors in the freaking room, the room where Charles was shot, lined with mirrors. Why? So she could do her stupid ass dancing videos that she sends to Chad. Like, as we've heard so far in the testimony, the house didn't have a lot of furnishings because they were just moving. But she did take the time and energy and spend the money to set up all those stupid mirrors. Just crazy. Annie Ruler, have you been here before? I don't think you have. But if you have, I apologize. But I never want to miss an opportunity to prove Twiz wrong. I'm just kidding. So
damage to any of those mirrors?
I did not.
Did you see the bat in the room?
I did.
Was that on Charles's right or left side?
It was on his right side above his, more north of his head.
And
yes. Y'all know Twiz can jump on whenever, just saying.
When you are processing that room, are you looking for any potential blood evidence that's not just on or around Charles Vallow?
Yes, we are. We're constantly looking for any kind of blood evidence that would help us tell the story. Any kind of movement of somebody who had bled and then moved through the house to try to better explain what had happened.
So in this case, did you check that wood floor in that called great room for any blood drops or spatters or smears that might be on the floor that wasn't like right under Charles?
Yes.
Did you find any?
No.
Did you go into the other rooms in the house and help search for any other blood evidence?
I did.
And did you note any blood drops or smears or anything else on the flooring or walls in any other rooms?
Not on the flooring or walls. The only other location of blood that was present would have been on the faucet of the kitchen sink.
And that was that small drop right on the faucet itself? Or
I would more smear, or I would call it a drop, but yeah, there was a red substance consistent with blood on that faucet.
Okay. Were you looking around the room for any towels or shirts or anything else that may have been used to, whether it was clean up or stop bleeding?
We were.
Did you find any?
No.
At some point, as you are going through the scene, did you go into what I'm going to call the pink room?
The pink room,
with the gun?
Yes, I did.
Exhibit here. When you went into that room, were you, and I guess I can call it the pink as well as black and white striped room, Exhibit 71. Did you observe this orange duffel bag, the garbage bag with some clothes, and then the gun laying on the floor next to the duffel bag?
I did.
Were you responsible for making that gun safe?
I was.
What did you do to make the gun safe?
So obviously, we, with help of our crime scene technician, we photograph the gun, the bag, and everything as it is in place. That's how we found it. At that point, I would place some gloves on and pick up the gun, also looking for any kind of blood or biological evidence on the gun while I'm looking at the gun. I would eventually do what's called making the gun safe. I would remove the magazine from the gun, set that aside, and then cycle the slide to remove any kind of cartridge that's inside of the chamber. In this case, this is a Springfield XD handgun. The magazine was released and removed. The cycle was manipulated, and a single .45 caliber cartridge fell out.
I'm going to put up a couple. We see in 78 is sort of that your hand holding the magazine that you removed?
It is.
And then 86 is that your hand with the single casing?
Yes, it is.
When you were going through this evidence, was there inside that orange bag that we see in Exhibit 82 a gun case?
Yes.
Did that gun case have any locks on it?
It did not.
It's just plastic clasp to hold it closed?
Correct.
And was there extra magazines inside that
There's
gun case?
gun case?
There were.
Now, when you process a scene and the evidence is then taken to police impound, do you sometimes go through it better there away from the scene?
Yes.
I'm going to put up Exhibit 81 here, that orange duffel bag. I think it's this way. Did you later go through the duffel bag?
I did.
And is there an outside pocket on that?
There is.
Did you locate a debit card in there.
I did.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 234. Do you recognize Exhibit 234?
I do.
And what is that?
It's a health savings account card in the name of Alexander Cox.
State will move to admit Exhibit 234.
Welcome,
Any
official.
objection?
Oh, God.
234 is admitted.
So I'm pausing it real quick. So Lori's elicited 140 objections from the state. Will she surpass 200 today? We will see. A couple things. I have seen, I don't know where to find it. I have seen the videos, or at least one or two of them, of the dancing videos that she sent to Chad. I'm having a hard time finding it, but I will not give up. Don't worry. However, I'm finding, there's just so much. I'm finding some other things that we can watch on a break, but I wanted real quick to play something for you guys. So there's a recording of Lori singing Hallelujah by who was it? Jeff Buckley, I think, or it's a pop. I've actually covered it a long ass time ago. Really popular song. I'm sure you guys know it. So it's Hallelujah, Lori singing Hallelujah, but they changed the lyrics to like reflect their crazy beliefs. And so I don't want to get a copyright strike. So I'm going to play it through my phone and hopefully you guys can hear it. Let me turn off echo cancellation and see if let me know if it sounds weird, but see if you guys can, hold on. Let me also do this. Okay. So I'm going to play this through my phone. Here we go. It's not long.
Mike confirms his insights every day now. We believe that's Mike Stroud.
That's Lori singing. Flat. Flat. Are y'all able to hear it? She's talking about darkness and lightness. That's funny, Twiz. I have the urge to harmonize with her, but then I would be singing with Lori, and that would be weird. But I can't help the urge to want to harmonize, just in my DNA. Oh, wow. Interesting. Modulation. Huh. Oh, flat. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, whoa. Whoa, okay. Oh, ew. Wow, gross. So that's like basically the end of it. Anyway, that's the thing. So the conspiracy, we talked a lot about this yesterday, actually, because a lot of the cell phone evidence points to the conspiracy. The timing of the phone calls back and forth, the planning of Alex even being there. Also, the fact that they had the same fabricated story. I mean, right there. There was, like the timeline proves that it's bullshit, right? Like the dude, Ariel, said, either she wasn't there when it happened, right? Or, like, the shooting happened at a completely different time than the 911 call. But they both told the same story about the order of events and how everything happened. So, like, even just that alone, right, shows that they were in cahoots to come up with the same story. That alone. There's a lot, right? So, they lied, not a conspiracy. Oh my God. So, well, she changed the lyrics to add dark and light. I don't think dark or light are actually in the actual song at all. I mean, it kind of does, though. But also, the planning ahead of time, right? The planning ahead of time to have Alex even be there in the first place. So, there's that, too. But I still am unclear about the Halo thing. I don't know if I'll ever get an answer to that, but maybe I just need to just accept things for what they are. Now. Okay, so let me just put my sound settings back to usual, and we will carry on.
So
I know. Adam, too. Adam called it, too.
Alexander Cox,
It was
is that the name of the person who called 911?
Yes, it is.
And when you are, let me ask you a little bit about the gun a little more. So this gun that you made safe, when you're looking at it, did you look at all the sides of it to see if there was, again, any blood evidence on it?
Yes,
Did you see any?
I did not.
And that's something you are going to check to make sure you don't potentially change the way it looks?
Correct.
Did you know when you went in to process the scene that Alex Cox had an injury to the back of his head?
I don't know. When I went in, no, I did not.
Did you learn at some point that he did?
Yes.
Knowing that he had an injury to his head, did that play in? Well, let me ask you, when did you learn that?
I believe it was during the investigation. We learned that Alex had sustained an injury to his head. So with that, made us more aware of potential other blood evidence, and that's why we were looking for that.
Okay. So is
Haha,
that one
Twiz, I was
one of the
right.
reasons why you're looking on this gun to see if there was any blood transferred from him potentially
Doug,
touching
that
his-
was yesterday. Highly recommend to watch that that testimony from yesterday, like the PowerPoint presentation and everything. That was really, really, dude. It's done. I mean, it was already done, but like that was really, really good testimony from Ariel Werther.
injury and manipulating the gun at some point.
Yes, from our understanding, it was there was some sort of assault with this, or assault with a bat, and then Alex then retrieved to the bedroom to get the gun. So our understanding is if you get hit with a bat and you're bleeding, that you hopefully bring some sort of blood evidence onto the gun, and then what happens after, there's more blood evidence as well.
So you would have documented that and then made sure it was collected if you'd seen that.
Absolutely.
But here we photographed the gun without any blood evidence on it.
Yes.
Do you also, when you obtain a gun, look at the serial number?
Yes.
Why is that relevant?
We want to know who it returns to, who owns that gun.
And did you determine who owned that gun?
We did.
Who owned the gun, the Exhibit 247, that Springfield?
Alex Cox.
Mm-hmm.
Now, at some point, we've heard the medical examiner came to remove Charles Vallow's body, correct?
Yes,
And were you present when that happened?
I was.
And did you and the others that were processing the scene clean up the blood on the floor that had been left underneath him?
I did.
And when you were cleaning up the blood, did you notice anything on the floor that stood out to you where he had been located?
Yes, I did.
What did you notice?
When cleaning up the blood, I immediately noticed a defect in the floor consistent with a bullet strike that would have been close to or right on this area where the exit wound would have been on Charles' left shoulder.
So you had seen the floor and been processing that room while Charles was laying there, correct?
Right.
And once his body was removed, there's a pool of blood underneath where he was.
Correct.
And in that area, I'm going to put up Exhibit 60, is where you then observed that bullet strike.
That is correct.
I'm gonna put up a little bit further back at one. Hold on. Let me put up 56. Although it's harder to see, the marker itself is next to where that bullet strike is.
Yes.
So when you are seeing this, what comes to your mind at that point?
Well, in this scene, we're trying to make sense of kind of what happened with limited information. We know we have 2 casings, and we know we have 2 projectiles. We have a projectile that's into the wall, and we also have a projectile that is near Charles' body. We believe, obviously, the first shot or a shot went through and through his body, causing 2 holes and entered into the wall. The other shot we have is a low left abdominal entry, and what we believe, and not confirmed until autopsy, but a upper left trajectory near his shoulder. We looked through the room to where this projectile could have exited throughout the room and then landed in that spot near where Charles was. And we did not see anything until his body was removed and the blood was cleaned up.
So you're looking like walls and trying to find any other location where the bullet may have struck and bounced back and ended up in the floor there.
Correct.
And you didn't find any defects or any holes or anything other than the one bullet that was in that baseboard.
Correct.
So when you see this now, did you feel that was consistent with the bullet striking the floor underneath Charles and him being on the floor when he was shot?
100%.
Because of that, did you end up actually cutting out and collecting that board?
We did.
And then you said that you were wanting to know if that was confirmed during an autopsy, correct?
Yes,
Did you attend the autopsy?
I did not.
During this initial investigation on July 11th of 2019, did you ever search Charles Vallow's rental car?
I did not.
So Lori Vallow had his car all day and nobody looked inside of it.
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Initially, as a person who was just working the scene with Detective Kuntz, did that sort of end your investigation or your
Another
involvement?
thing I wanted to point out that was really interesting yesterday that we got from Ariel Werther was, so we know that Lori had Charles's phone, right? And actually some of this we learned from when we listened to Adam's phone call to detectives. This is before the kids were gone and everything. Adam, Lori's brother. So she had his phone, Charles's phone, right, for like hours. And it seems like what she did was she deleted the communications between him and Adam. We don't even know what all yet. We haven't gotten there, but she definitely deleted shit. But the thing that they did confirm that she deleted was that Charles was going to be recording his interaction with Lori that day. Like that was the plan. He was going to record their conversation when he went to pick up JJ, and that recording is gone. And so that's another thing too that she apparently deleted. I'm sure we'll get into all that. So,
or at least July 11th.
Yes.
What was your next involvement in this case?
My next involvement had some prior to June of 2020. June of 2020 is when I was assigned the status of case agent in this case. Prior to that, I did help Detective Moffat with analyzing and just sorting through iCloud phone records and other data for him.
Okay.
So
speaking of,
we have heard
okay.
about
Here we go.
cell phones that had been extracted from
Literally.
retired Detective McDonald. That was Charles Vallow's cell phone. So
Yes.
is that one item
You guys, literally, that's so funny.
of evidence that had
Yeah.
been collected?
Yes.
Did you review any of that extracted data?
Yes, I did.
Did those extractions include things from
Oh my God.
emails,
Yes.
text messages,
Yes.
sort of anything you might expect to see on anyone's smartphone?
So
Correct.
literally when I said we haven't gotten there yet, looks like we're getting there now. That's what she said.
When you are looking through this, did you look through both Charles' iPhone extraction and later some iCloud account extractions?
I did.
What are iClouds?
The best way to describe an iCloud is it's cloud storage for Apple products. If you have a MacBook or a phone or a Mac computer and you use an iCloud email address, and then the information from all of those would be stored under one iCloud account.
So someone can intentionally store things there?
Yes, you can choose what you want to
And you don't
to
even
store
have
in there.
to
A lot
have
of times there's
a
a default on
MacBook
there,
or
but you
a-
can go through and manipulate as
you
to
don't
what
have
you
to have
want
an Apple
saved in
device
your cloud or
either.
backed up in your cloud.
So there can also be things, if a default is on, that are, people may be not even aware that are being saved up there.
Correct.
I say up there as if it's really a cloud, but
That's
whatever.
me.
when you were reviewing this data, did you, without going into anything specifics, did you see interactions between Charles Vallow and Lori Vallow prior to about June 27th of 2019?
I did.
And did you see interactions with Charles Vallow and Lori Vallow after June 27th of 2019?
Yes,
Did you see a change in those interactions?
definitely.
Did you learn from reviewing Charles Vallow's cell phone extraction and iCloud accounts that Charles had found an email sent to Chad Daybell that was purportedly written by him?
Yes, I did.
Did that involve an email address,
Oh, shit.
KKWalker75 at Yahoo?
Yes, I did.
Did Charles Vallow in fact save a copy of that email into his account?
Yes, he did.
In reviewing Charles Vallow's cell phone extraction and iCloud account prior to this time in June, had you seen any use of this kkwalker75 at yahoo.com email address? Prior to June 27th of 2019, had you seen Charles Vallow utilizing that email address?
Had I seen Charles utilize it? Sorry, no, I did not.
So even though you're going through his account, you're seeing emails by him, right?
Right.
And you're seeing emails that are saved into his own iCloud account,
Yes,
but nothing in there was saved prior to June of 27th of 2019 relating to kkwalker75 at yahoo.com.
that is correct.
Was the first time that you kind of became aware of this account when you saw that Charles had saved an email and then began texting Lori Vallow about it?
Yes,
Did you find multiple text messages or SMS messages from Charles Vallow to Lori Vallow relating to this letter?
yes, I did.
Did you find evidence that Charles Vallow, after discovering this email, contacted Chad Daybell?
Yes,
Did you find evidence that after Charles Vallow found this kkwalker75 email address, that Charles Vallow contacted Chad Daybell's wife, Tammy Daybell?
yes,
Okay.
Was a search warrant executed on Yahoo for that kkwalker75 at yahoo.com?
it was.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 289.
Oh, dear.
Does 289 include first an affidavit from Yahoo authenticating the kkwalker75 at yahoo.com account?
It does.
Does it include information for the subscriber?
It does.
And does it include a portion of the emails associated with that account?
Yes, it is.
When you looked at the subscriber information, what was the name of the person subscribing to this?
Karen Walker.
Did that person provide a phone number?
Yes, they did.
And so when they're subscribing to sign this up, is that often a requirement to provide some sort of phone number
Right.
or way to
Yeah.
authenticate these?
Yes,
Did you recognize that phone number?
I did.
How did you recognize it?
The phone number was linked to an old phone number for Lori Vallow.
Was that her 480 phone number?
Yeah, last ending in 4652.
So you had seen text messages from Lori Vallow to other family members and people under that phone number
Correct.
in her iCloud account?
Correct.
Did you also know when that account was opened?
Yes, it was opened in April, get the exact date, April of 2019, April 21st.
April 21st of 2019. Would that have been when Lori Vallow and Charles Vallow were now in Houston?
Yes,
Did you also note in the context itself reference to requesting Chad Daybell come out to Houston?
I did.
The state will move to admit 289 pursuant to 803 and 902.
Any objection?
Relevance, Your Honor.
289.
Oh, look at Lori objecting.
If I may publish.
Go ahead.
She's up to 18.
So zoom in a little closer for us. Is this the subscriber information that Yahoo sent? Let me first say, so they send you an authentication, correct? And then they sent you subscriber information. Is that what you were looking at, where you noted a phone number that you recognized as belonging to Lori Vallow?
Yes,
And again, this shows when the account was created on Sunday, April 21st,
yes,
but the name associated was Karen Walker.
correct.
Were you provided with a timeline of when this account was used?
I was.
So April 21st through June 26th.
Yes,
In looking at Charles Vallow's iCloud account and cell phone extraction, was this right before he discovered that email?
yes,
Okay.
Now, some of the emails that were sent starting sort of April 21st were to Brother Daybell, to Chad Daybell.
Huh. Interesting.
yes,
And we see up here to Chad Daybell, correct?
correct.
And then we see the date of Sunday, April 21st of
Correct.
2019.
Yes,
And so in this email, do we see that Karen is inviting Brother Daybell to Houston?
yes,
So she's not reading it. It says a vow. A vow hasn't come up yet in this trial. I think it might have come up in Idaho, maybe. This is where it gets, this is like the extended edition of this whole case, right? In the fringe group, Julie Rowe and all them. So a vow, I think, is now defunct. It was a voice of warning, and it was like the more extreme version of like the preppers, basically. And Julie Rowe was like really big into that. I feel like our memory serves.
In these messages
I think
was
it was a
the
singing,
final message, one that
maybe.
you found saved by Charles Vallow on or around June 27th or 28th. This, what we see is exhibit again 289.
correct.
In this message, it's from the KK Walker email.
It is.
So
Hang on. We're going to see. I don't think she's going to read this. We're going to fucking read it because, yeah. Hello, Chad. I hope you are doing well. This is Charles Vallow from Arizona. We really enjoyed having you stay with us back in November when you came to the Preparing a People conference. I appreciated you taking time to talk to me about the book I've been working on. Well, more than 6 months later, I still haven't made much progress on it, but I feel an urgency to get it done. As the managing partner of RITE Planning Group, I'm going to have the opportunity to speak at various conventions in the fall, but everyone says I need to have a book available that summarizes my life and shares the principles I follow. So I will cut to the chase. I'm willing to pay you to help me get this book into shape as my ghostwriter. I really liked your autobiography, said no one ever to Chad. And the tone, I mean, seriously, didn't say it. And the tone you took in sharing experiences about preaching. Is there any way you could come here for a couple of days and help me get the book underway? I feel like talking in person would be much more valuable than a phone call or video chat, mainly because I would like you to read through some of my journals and explain to me how the publishing industry works.
in this message,
It would help me know whether I truly have a book in me and whether you want to team up on it. I played minor league baseball and have plenty of stories that my audience could relate to, along with the knowledge I've gained running my own company. So I do feel the book would contain valuable information even beyond the convention circuit.
it's from the KK Walker email.
It is.
I'm out of town until Saturday, but I would gladly fly you down here early next week before the holiday and cover your expenses. You could stay in our guest room like before or in a hotel if you prefer. I hate to take you away from your family, but I know this book is vital to my speaking success. So my recollection about this email is that Lori wrote this or Chad wrote this. It's not from Charles. And that the idea was so that Tammy, Chad's wife, would see it and then he would have an excuse to come to Arizona to be with Lori. That's my recollection. I don't know how much they're going to be able to get into it because Tammy and Idaho, and we'll see. But I'm just backing it up so we can hear the questioning. I just wanted to be able to pause it to read the thing.
10th or 28th. This, what we see is exhibit again 289.
Correct.
In this message, it's from the KK Walker email.
It is.
So these prior emails, we saw a person purporting to be Karen Walker using Lori Daybell's phone number.
Yeah.
writing to brother Daybell, right?
Mhm.
Yes,
There it is.
But here we see someone again from this same email now purporting to be Charles Vallow,
yes,
So yeah, so it's Lori. Like I said, cool.
again talking about a Preparing the People conference.
correct.
And had you heard of the Preparing the People conference before?
I had,
Is that something that Lori Vallow was involved in?
yes,
And is that something we've heard about through testimony here at court?
we have.
In this, does Charles Vallow, or the person writing this email, again, ask Chad Daybell to come out to visit,
Yes,
to help write a book?
correct.
And so is this then the email that Charles then began reaching out to Lori, Chad, and Tammy about?
Yes,
We had heard from Adam that he also had learned of this. Did you see evidence of Charles Vallow also sending this letter that we see in 289 to Adam?
I did.
Based upon your review of the case and the dates on here, did Charles Vallow begin confronting Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell about the affair less than 2 weeks before he was
Aha.
killed?
He did.
Wow. Let's hear that again.
Did you in fact see?
Let's hear that again. Because this is where we've moved on from the motive being the money to now the Chad.
Upon your review of the case and the dates on here, did Charles Vallow begin confronting Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell about the affair less than 2 weeks before he was killed?
He did.
And did you in fact see emails that Charles Vallow sent to Chad Daybell on June 29th and 30th?
I did.
And did you in fact see emails that Charles Vallow sent to Tammy Daybell on June 29th and June 30th of 2019?
I did.
At the time on June 29th, 30th, where was Charles residing at that time?
During that time, Charles was in Houston, Texas.
During that time, where was Lori Vallow?
She was in Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
We have this timeline where Charles Vallow begins reaching out to Lori and Chad's wife about this affair. Was the first time that Charles Vallow saw Lori Vallow after him discovering this email on July 11th of 2019?
I believe so. There was a scheduled trip around the 4th of July, but was canceled. So the next time they would have seen each other would have been July 11th.
So based upon your review of SMS messages, iCloud accounts, did Charles help Lori move here to Arizona about a week before this email?
Yes,
So he had seen her prior to learning about this,
correct.
and then when he came out here to see JJ.
Yes.
When you were reviewing, well, let me ask you this. Were search warrants executed to obtain not only Charles Vallow's iCloud accounts, but Lori Vallow's iCloud accounts?
Yes, they were.
Were there two different iCloud accounts that were that search warrants were executed on?
Yes,
Was one of them Lori for Style at iCloud.com?
it was.
And was the other one Lollytime at iCloud.com?
It was.
In reviewing those records, did you ever find evidence, screenshots of flights that Lori Vallow went to Idaho in March of 2019?
I did.
And did you ever find evidence, screenshots of flights that Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow flew back to Arizona together on March 19th of 2019? Now, we heard from Adam Cox last week. When he testified about text messages and interactions that he and Charles had leading up to July 11th. When you were going through the extractions of Charles Vallow's phone, did you see text messages between Charles Vallow and Adam Cox?
Yes.
And did those match what we observed? And I'm going to put up 210 here that was previously admitted. Were these the messages that were previously admitted, Exhibit 210, the same ones you saw in Charles Vallow's phone?
Yes, they are.
Okay. So they weren't deleted.
When you were reviewing the text messages or SMS messages for July 11th of 2019,
Okay.
do phones and the extractions advise when a message is received as well as when it's read?
It would show that, yes, in the Cellbyte report. Yes.
Okay. So for instance, we see here a time and a red, correct?
Correct.
So when a message is incoming, it'll show when it's red.
Correct.
Obviously, when it's outgoing, we don't have that, correct? So as you were looking at those messages on the cell phone extraction, did you see as Charles is arriving, he's sending messages to Adam?
Yes, that's correct.
And then he receives a message from Adam at 7:36:19,
Yes.
and he read that. I'm going to pull in just a little closer so we can see. At 7:36:27,
Yes.
so just a few seconds later.
Correct.
Mhm.
And then again, he gets that message from
I
Adam.
will just
they're playing
say this is
something.
going to be this is very much akin to Paul Murdoch and proving time of death based. So what I think this is going to, and I kind of I figured this is what was going to be happening based on what we know from Adam. We hadn't seen the actual, or I guess we're not seeing it. It looks like they're showing it, but we're not able to see it. But the cell phone extraction, right? My expectation was that they were talking back and forth, just like with Paul Murdoch, right? So they were having a text conversation back and forth. So when you see that there was a text message that was on the phone, right, to Charles, but not read, that can be used, right, to show probably that was because he was incapacitated, right?
And did he, again, read that like simultaneously?
Right there, right. They're showing this is the whole thing, just like with Paul Murdoch, the immediate responding back and forth. So that way, when there's no response, it's like, because if somebody takes an hour always to get back to the text, then that's very different. But when it's back and forth immediately, simultaneously, yep, that's what they're doing. They are going to do this Murdoch style. Cool.
Yes.
And then did Charles send a message within a few seconds of reading that? Absolutely.
Correct.
And then again, this timing is just within seconds, like just ongoing conversation.
Ongoing.
Yes.
Yep,
We see that
for
just
sure.
a
Okay.
few seconds later, Adam sends a message to Charles. I was supposed to spend the night at the house last night. She probably blocked that.
Yes, I do.
And then again, another 20 seconds later, Charles sends Adam a message. What you do is up to you.
Yes.
Then we see that Adam sends a message back to Charles again within another 17 seconds or something. I'm going to put the pressure to have him come get me now, see what he says. And that was read again. When?
12:13.
Okay. So
And,
Adam was dead.
Again, did Adam send a second message? Where he says, okay. And when was that read?
12:13.
And then Adam sends another message now. So these first two were at 7:37,
Mhm.
29 and 7:37:39.
Yes.
And those were not read like these other ones almost simultaneously.
So
correct?
the other part at 12, whatever, that's Lori using Charles's phone and texting Adam back. Is she thinking she can try to prove is she that dumb? Is she thinking that by texting Adam back that they're not going to be able to figure out that he was dead before that? Right? Like this reminds me again of like Murdoch fussing with Maggie's phone, trying to change the timeline, and also like taking the phone and like chucking it on the side of the road and all that, like messing with the timeline to alter time of death. Similarly with the placing of Paul's phone on his butt, that's a whole other thing. But just saying, like, this is like just way more obvious though. Texting Adam back, right? Pretending to be Charles so that Adam thinks Charles is still alive. Wow, that's crazy.
Correct?
Correct.
So after Charles said, what you do is up to you, it doesn't appear that he is any longer reading those emails
Correct.
or text messages. I apologize. The last text message that Adam sent then at 7:49 and 34 seconds was, me and Zach are going to the Stake Center tonight at 8 to play basketball. Holmes is always there, either playing ball or interviewing people. I will try to catch him to have a conversation with my old friend, right?
Correct.
When was that read?
12:13 as well.
Lori.
Is Charles Vallow alive at 12:13?
He is not.
Yep.
So someone else
Wow.
is reading those.
Yes.
And this is
Lori.
coming from the extraction of Charles Vallow's phone.
Correct.
Wow.
Do you know who was in possession of Charles Vallow's phone at 12:13 p.m. on July 11th of 2019?
Lori.
How do you know that?
She told us, and she turned the phone back over to us later that afternoon.
Did you ever find any other evidence that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox went through Charles Vallow's phone on July 11th of 2019?
Yes.
During this investigation, what we had already heard through Detective Werther, that search warrant was executed on Alex Cox's Verizon cell phone, 480-351-9120. Were you familiar with those records?
I am.
As part of the records that Verizon sent, and this is Exhibit 222 that has previously been admitted, did Verizon provide subscriber information?
Yes.
And that came back to Alex Cox.
Correct.
Did Verizon provide phone calls,
Yes.
cell phone data,
Yes.
cell tower data?
Yes.
And did they also provide some images that were saved by Verizon for associated with this phone number for Alex Cox?
They did.
Is that something that is with every carrier?
No, it's hit or miss as to whether you get them or not. Some carriers save them for longer, some save for shorter periods of time. Some don't save them at all.
Were these images, did the images themselves have any type of time date stamp on them?
The image of itself, it's an image of a phone with a time in the corner of the phone.
Okay.
And it,
So let me
Wish I
put
could
up,
see it.
put up
That'd be
some of
great.
these images that were from this. So many of us talk about a screenshot, right? Is this a screenshot?
no,
Why not? How do we know it's not?
because obviously in this case, you can actually
Thank
see the
God.
entire phone and you also have a counter in the background.
So in this image that Verizon sent, it's showing an actual phone. Have you seen Charles Vallow's phone?
Yes.
Did it look like the same shape as his phone?
Yes.
We see a time of 2:13 p.m., correct?
Correct.
When you were going through Charles Vallow's phone itself and the extraction, did you see this message between Charles Vallow and Adam Cox?
I did.
Did in fact Charles place the flight or book a flight for Adam Cox to come to Phoenix?
He did.
Was there another image showing a closer up of the portion of that call with the flight information for Adam Cox?
Yes.
And did it also include a screenshot where Adam talks about going to see Lori at her house and having a talk with her and keeping his phone on record?
Yes.
Aha.
And were these all messages, text messages between Adam and Charles that you found on the extraction report?
They are.
And these are images that were saved by Verizon associated to Alex Cox's phone?
Yes.
So the Chandler Police Department had Charles's phone back in their possession by 3 or so in the afternoon of July 11th, correct?
Yes.
And it's been in Chandler Police Department's possession?
It has.
And yet the Verizon records for Alex Cox show photographs of Charles's phone and those conversations between Charles and Adam.
Yes.
Now, did you learn in this
Let me
investigation?
pause it real quick. I need to hear that part again. So as far as Alex's, we've talked extensively about this, so I don't want to be super redundant, but Charles was, or oh my God, Alex's death was ruled natural causes, but there's just too many suspicious circumstances around it. The timing of it, we've talked about extensively. Zulema's, we've listened to Zulema's interview and her testimony, and it seems like everybody thought there was no way that was natural, right? And that Lori was involved to some capacity, but they ruled it natural causes. The thing is about poisoning, right? And remember, Joe Ryan also died of like heart failure or heart attack, something like that, right? We've heard a lot of testimony about that. Like Adam, when he called detectives, he was like, there's no fucking way. We know that Alex, it's like there's just so much there that points that there was Lori's involvement, right? But because of the autopsy showing natural causes, they can't charge it with a crime. However, there's a lot of history about Lori poisoning people. Again, some of it's already come up in this trial. And a lot of things that you can do to poison people are not detectable. And especially depending upon how soon the autopsy's done and like if the body's cremated. And I believe Alex was cremated. We know she tried to do the same thing with Charles. We heard about that yesterday. She called the freaking mortuary place same day as the death. Anyway, some people seem to think that maybe Lori and Chad kind of talked Alex into maybe killing himself, and it would have been probably poisoning himself with something. But I'm more in the camp that Lori was doing it long term. And there's a lot of, she had that history. So that's the short synopsis.
Cox's phone.
Yes.
Thank you.
So the Chandler Police Department had Charles's phone back in their possession by 3 or so in the afternoon of July 11th, correct?
Yes,
And it's been in Chandler Police Department's possession.
it has.
And yet the Verizon records for Alex Cox show photographs of Charles's phone and those conversations between
Good point,
Charles and Adam.
Michelle.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, the whole eye drops thing, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's right. The whole heart eye drops thing. How did they even end up proving that? Because that is so hard to prove. I know there's been a couple recent cases with the eye drops. I didn't get to watch those, but yeah, that's just one example. There's a lot of ways you can do this where it's likely undetectable, especially under certain circumstances, it could just be completely undetectable. Yes. My interpretation of Tylee was being sick. I think that was Lori. And I interpret that as like a factitious disorder imposed upon another, formerly known as Munchausen syndrome by proxy. Yeah, because the thing is, it even came up in her sentencing speech, right? Like, Tylee was always sick and I was there for her and I'm the best mom ever. And she brings that up. She brought that up in the Colby phone call as well. Like, literally, she used Tylee's sickness to her advantage, even when Tylee was alive, ongoing, to prove she was a great mom, for all kinds of reasons, right? I also think that she potentially was giving Tylee something to cause her to be overweight, because there's a whole history of jealousy within the family with the women in Lori's family that's really fascinating. And there's a lot of weird stories about all that. And I have to wonder if she was causing also Tylee to be maybe, and no offense to Tylee, I'm not trying to say this to be rude, but like, heavy set, as it were, and sick and all this out of like jealousy, right? I don't know. There's just a lot. So, okay, they found high plasma concentrations with the eye drops. Okay, I see. Yeah, I wonder how they even found that, though. Did they have some reason to suspect it? Like, did they find purchases with like a fuck ton of eye drops and then that caused them to look into it? Because like that's not a thing that you would look for at a normal autopsy, right? And that's why it can go undetected. They're not going to search for that shit on a normal, a normal toxicology panel. Like even here, we heard the toxicology, it's pretty basic. They're not going to send for extra testing or go into all this unless they have some reason. So that's why I'm wondering, like, for example, if someone were to poison someone with eye drops, but they didn't find anything suspicious, like a container full of 50 bottles of, I don't know, right? Or like anything like that, they wouldn't have any reason, they wouldn't find it potentially, right? The kids were poisoned with GHB. What is GHB again? I don't remember what that is. Right. Yeah. Like, for example, if like they see a receipt and it's like, oh, you bought 50 bazillion things of eye drops, right? It's like, that's interesting. You know what I mean? Oh, roofies. Okay. Thank you, Twiz. Or something like that. Or if there was maybe some text message I don't know. There could be I didn't watch those cases, but if there could be something else that could indicate to look into it, right? But otherwise with eye drops, they're not going to search for that on a normal panel. Okay. Yeah. I would imagine they probably found an eye drop container or something like that. Yeah.
Now, did you learn in this investigation whether or not Lori Vallow knew the PIN to enter Charles's phone?
I did.
And did she, in fact, provide that to Detective Inclan so that
000
it was easy to get into Charles's phone?
Yes.
So on July 11th, Lori Vallow has Charles Vallow's phone, and she knows the PIN number to access it.
Yes.
And it's in her possession.
Correct.
Did you ever find evidence that Alex Cox sent those photos of Charles Vallow's phone showing Adam's flight reservations to Lori Vallow on July 13th of 2019?
I did.
Again, we're talking about those iCloud accounts. Did you find that when you were reviewing the Lollytime at iCloud.com account information?
Yes,
So that was Alex. Let me back up.
I did.
Showing Adam's flight reservations to Lori Vallow on July 13th of 2019. Did you ever find evidence that Alex Cox sent those photos of Charles Vallow's phone showing Adam's flight reservations to Lori Vallow on July 13th of 2019?
I did.
Okay.
Again, we're talking about those iCloud accounts. Did you find that when you were reviewing the Lollytime at iCloud.com account information?
Yes.
Oh, interesting. It's notoriously hard to detect. Interesting. I didn't know that.
I can have my paralegal approach with 231.
How would Lori get her hands on it? I wonder. GHB. Like, where does one buy that? I just don't see her being like someone who could, like, you know, smooth talk with like a regular drug dealer or something. Like, they'd be like, get away, get away, get away with your.
I apologize. I should have also given you 226 as well.
Chemsex? Is that a thing? I've never heard of that. That's interesting. Learn something new every day.
Do you recognize 236 there as the affidavit for the Lollytime at iCloud.com account information?
I do.
Thank you for investigating this case, and you obtained a search warrant for the Lollytime at iCloud account. How did you authenticate or know that those records were related to Lori Vallow?
So first and foremost, the account lists her phone number in the 956, ending in 9562, associating that number with the account. Secondly, you can go through the content of the account and you see contacts familiar with to Lori. You see text messages where she's texting and people are calling her by her name of Lori. You also have photographs and videos on the account that could all associate that account to Lori.
My God, the videos. Are they the dancing videos? Please, for the love of God. Maybe I won't have to keep looking for them. Maybe they will just play them. Please.
Did that Lollytime at iCloud account even include photographs of Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell's wedding?
I did.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 226, which is the affidavit, as well as Exhibit 231.
Oh my God, please,
The
videos.
photographs.
Any objection?
We need the videos.
Relevant, Your Honor.
Oh my God.
All right. Give me the numbers again. 226, 231.
226 and 231.
226, 231 are admitted.
And if I may publish.
Go ahead.
So when we're talking about
She's at 19.
the iCloud account, are you able to kind of go through this extraction, what is provided to you by Apple, and look for things separated in terms
Oh, wow.
of emails or text messages
Oh, my
or
God.
photographs?
Yes.
And then are you also able to then determine both sources and timestamps for some of those things?
You are, yes.
So looking at this report from the Apple iCloud account, do we see the Lollytime at iCloud
Remember,
as a source?
Yes.
just as another aside, the Lollytime, that's misappropriated. Lolly was the nickname for one of Lori's sisters who died as a baby. So this would also be the sister of Adam, also the sister of Alex, right? They had a bunch of siblings. So Lolly died as a baby and her name was Lorelei, but they called her Lolly. So whenever you hear Lollytime, just remember that that's grotesque of Lori to use it.
Yes.
And then we see a timestamp over here of 7:13 at 5:57 p.m.
Correct.
And then this, does that mean that's converted for Arizona time?
The UTC -7 mean it is Arizona time, yes.
And then we see from Alex Cox, the 9120 number, the one that we were talking about just recently, correct? So in this report, we see that there's 3 photographs that were sent.
Thumbnails of those, yes.
And then were those photographs also obtained or saved in the iCloud account?
Yes, they were.
And so again, showing those, were these the same 3 photographs that you had found in Alex Cox's Verizon records?
They are.
And looking at this, what day was Adam returning?
He was Sunday, July 14th.
So this message, this text message and photographs was sent on the 13th prior to Adam returning.
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about that timeline and what you understood when we start including all this information in. Based upon your investigation, did you learn that Charles Vallow's phone left the area of 5531 South Four Peaks Place around 7:49 a.m. on July 11th?
Yes, I did.
So what we see is it's around the time that Adam sent that last text message.
Correct.
Based upon the GPS data from Charles Vallow's cell phone, when she left with Charles's phone around 7:49 a.m. and the 911 call being received at 8:36 a.m., how much time lapsed?
17 minutes? Took a bit of time?
From 7:49
49?
to 8:36, was that
Oh,
46?
47 minutes?
So if we have heard testimony from Dr. Baumgartner that Charles Vallow, when he was shot in the heart, would have taken up to a couple minutes to die after he was shot in the heart, and Lori Vallow has told Detective Enclan that she left right after Charles was shot, would that mean that Charles Vallow just lay dead on the floor for 45 minutes before Alex Cox called 911 at best?
Yes.
When you were looking at those Verizon cell phone records for Alex Cox, Exhibit 222, did you look at when and to whom Alex Cox called?
I did, yes.
Twiz says he'd object to all this. That's really funny. Do y'all remember
Now,
what is it they give you when they knock you out? Like if you have like wisdom teeth done or whatever. Do y'all remember what is it they give you for that? That's IV, right? Or do they do that with like the masky thing? I can't remember.
You are looking at cell phone records. Do they often include sort of dates and times of phone numbers, phone calls, durations, and those sorts of things?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to use the back of one of these here.
Oh, anesthesia, right? Okay, yeah, I couldn't remember anesthesia. Okay, is that IV or is that with the masky thing?
At July 11th
I actually hated that. I hated that.
is the first call that we see on Alex Cox's phone, him making an outgoing call.
Yes.
And do we see who he calls?
Lori.
So this 480-692-9562 number is one of the phone numbers that you have obtained a search warrant for that was subscribed to Lori Vallow.
Correct.
And when did that occur?
7:52 a.m.
So Lori Vallow leaves the house at 7:49 with Charles's phone, and 3 minutes later, Alex calls her.
Yes.
And did that last for
Under a minute, I believe.
under a minute? 49 seconds.
Yes.
Did you look at the next call that Adam Cox made on July 11th?
I did.
Was that what we see here at 8:06 a.m.?
Yes, set for the UTC -7 is 8:06 a.m. and that lasted for 55 seconds.
Who was that to?
Also placed to Lori.
So if Lori Vallow left the house at 7:49 with Charles Vallow's phone, how much time has lapsed when Alex calls her the second time? I know it's math. Is it about 17 minutes?
All right, 17 minutes, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so just to clarify, so laughing gas is the same as anesthesia, but those don't count as narcotics. Is that correct, guys?
And actually, I think so at this point, has Alex called 911 yet at 8:06 a.m.?
At 8:06, he has not, no.
Yeah, we need to back this up. We're having a whole other conversation in the live, for anyone who's listening, in the live chat, we're having a whole other conversation that's really interesting, but this is important testimony. I'm going to back it up, even just for my own edification, but we're having a really interesting conversation here about the different types of medications and the ways they put you under and stuff. So, so what, let's see here. Because Happy Annie also is going to be going into surgery here soon. Okay. The pump. What's in the pump? Do you know? So anesthesia versus laughing gas. Okay, let me just do a quick search here. Okay. I don't want to know about side effects. I just want to know if they're the same thing. Okay, people often confuse nitrous oxide with general anesthesia. Okay, so they're not the same. Nitrous oxide is the laughing gas. That's the lightest form of conscious sedation. Okay, that's the one they give you with the mask. Is that what they give you when you get your wisdom teeth? And then general. Okay, I don't know that I've ever had general anesthesia. Actually, maybe as a baby. I don't know. I guess it looks like they usually give I'm just looking online here. It looks like they usually give laughing gas for wisdom teeth. But I had surgery when I was little. I wonder if they gave me general anesthesia for that. Probably. We're all learning together. So it says general anesthesia is used primarily during major surgical procedures where patients need to be unconscious and free from pain. Or they need you to remain immobile. Yeah, I guarantee you when I was a baby, they would have given me that for my thumb surgery thing. Anyway, whippets? What the fuck is that? I mean, besides the dog. I'm sure you're not talking about the dog, right? Let me see what you guys are saying. Oh, interesting. Okay. Either Dilaudid or morphine. Yeah. Hemlock? Old school. Love it. Love the old school. Yeah, I did not fill my prescriptions. After my wisdom teeth, I didn't fill my prescriptions for I've never filled a prescription for painkillers. Even if they give them, even if they write it, I've never filled it. Iowa says whippets are typically a poor man's greyhound. Oh my God, that is freaking hilarious. I love that. Well done. No, they gave you an anesthetic. Anesthesia is like, that's well, general anesthesia. Maybe there's like a different type, but general anesthesia is what I was talking about. That's what they put you under for severe, for like big surgeries. I've had a lot of root canals and all they did was give me Novocaine. I think the only time I would have had laughing gas was probably for my wisdom teeth. Oh, you have two. Oh, that's so cute. So Iowa has a whippet. Right. I knew the greyhound. I didn't know about the whippet part. Yeah, anesthesia is when they knock you out. Right. Oh, Frodo has some gabapentin. My dog Frodo. That makes sense though, because it does help with nerve stuff. Right. Yep. I love all these war stories in the chat about surgeries and whatnot. This is great. I'm just glad that all of us stay away from the painkillers and the drugs that are, also, I think I've asked before, official won't mind me saying this, I believe, but let's all congratulate official for, where are you at now? 14 months? Let us know in the chat. Yeah, tramadol. Frodo also has tramadol prescription. Oh, that's awful. Annie needs 3 discs replaced in her back before she ends up. What happened to your back? Was there an injury, or if you want to share? But yeah, I'll let official weigh in on how long. I think it's 14 months if memory serves. Yeah, it's terrible. Okay, I'm going to back this up a good bit, though. I'm going to back it up a little bit because this is important. And I know I have been focused on our awesome conversation in the chat, but we want to make sure we get these details.
I'm going to use the back of one of these here. So when we start looking at July 11th, is the first call that we see on Alex Cox's phone, him making an outgoing call.
Yes,
And do we see who he calls?
Lori.
So this 480-692-9562 number is one of the phone numbers that you have obtained a search warrant for that was subscribed to Lori Vallow.
Correct.
And when did that occur?
7:52 a.m.
So Lori Vallow leaves the house at 7:49 with Charles's phone.
Okay.
And 3 minutes later, Alex calls her.
Yes.
And did that last for
Under a minute, I believe.
under a minute? 49 seconds.
Yes.
Did you look at the next call that Adam Cox made on July 11th?
I did.
Was that what we see here at 8:06 a.m.?
Yes, set for the UTC -7 is 8:06 a.m. and that lasted for 55 seconds.
Who was that to?
Also placed to Lori.
So if Lori Vallow left the house at 7:49 with Charles Vallow's phone, how much time has lapsed when Alex calls her the second time? I know it's math. Is it about 17 minutes?
Right, 17 minutes, yeah.
Okay. And actually, I think so at this point, has Alex called 911 yet at 8:06 a.m.?
At 8:06, he has not, no.
So at 8:06, Alex Cox calls Lori a second time, and Charles Vallow has now been laying on the floor for at least 17 minutes.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Understanding that the
thing is right, like, okay, he could have been alive for 2 to 4 minutes or whatever after you shot. So for example, if this wasn't a premeditated situation and somebody had called 911 right away, it's possible they could have fucking saved his life. However, we know these people did not want that, right?
the 911 call isn't made till 8:36.
Yep.
Alex Cox waits another 30 minutes before he calls 911.
Yes.
Did Lori Vallow ever call 911?
No.
Neither of her calls, neither of her phones.
No.
Not on Charles's phone.
No.
And do we in fact see the 911 call that was made by Alex Cox on these records?
Yes.
And it shows it as these ones have not been converted, right?
Yeah, it's not converted, but the time converting that to the -7 would be 8:35:54 seconds.
So when we see the 911 call, that's the connection time with the dispatch was 8:36 basically.
Yes.
So we knew from Charles Vallow's phone and from Bodycam that Lori Vallow returns to 5531 South 4 Peaks at about 8:48 a.m., correct?
Yes.
As you are looking through these phone records, are you looking to also identify whether or not what people are saying matches what we'll call the digital, the unchangeable evidence.
Yeah.
So you were present when Adam Cox testified, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall him testifying that he called his brother Alex on July 9th to see if he could stay with him?
Yes,
Did you look to see if Alex Cox records show if Adam called him?
I did.
So if we looked at Exhibit 222, those Verizon records for Adam Cox, would we see on July 9th at 13:21 hours that Adam called Alex?
Correct.
Did that call last over 20 minutes?
It did.
Did you also hear Adam testify that he tried to reach Alex when he got to Phoenix on July 10th?
Yes,
And again, if we looked at Exhibit 222, Alex Cox's Verizon records, did you see any attempts by Adam to reach his brother Alex?
I did.
Did you see a call on July 10th at 3:22 p.m.?
Yes,
Did that not connect? There was no conversation time.
correct.
Did you see a text message from Adam to Alex on Alex's records, Exhibit 222, at 3:23 p.m. on July 10th?
Yes,
Now, these records did not have the context of that, correct?
correct.
But you can see that Adam sent a text message to his brother Alex.
Yes,
Did you see Alex ever call or text back his brother Adam?
never.
Did you see another text from Adam to his brother Alex in Exhibit 222 at 6:28 p.m.?
Yes,
Did you see a response back from Alex to Adam?
I did not.
We also heard Adam testify, and we saw in those text messages that between Adam and Charles on July 11th, that Adam said he was going to reach out to Alex and see what he did, right?
Right.
Did you look at Exhibit 222, these Verizon records, to see whether or not Adam, in fact, had reached out to Alex?
Yeah.
And does Exhibit 222 show that at 7:40 a.m. on July 11th of 2019, that Adam, in fact, texted his brother Alex?
Yes,
Did you see a response from Alex to Adam?
I did not.
So did Alex's cell phone records, Exhibit 222, sort of confirm or match what Adam was saying about trying to reach his brother?
They did.
When you were going through the extraction of Charles Vallow's cell phone, did you ever find a copy of a lease agreement for 5531 South Four Peaks?
I did.
If I could have my paralegal approach with 212.
Backwood, I checked the Idaho docket just right in between live streams. I didn't see anything new, but apparently it shows up for some people earlier than others. So I have not seen that. If there's new Idaho docs, we will cover those for sure.
Okay,
Do you recognize Exhibit 212?
I do.
Is that a lease agreement for 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler that you found in that extraction of Charles Vallow's son?
It is.
If I could have that back.
I'm not seeing that, Doug. I'm not seeing it yet.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 212.
Any objection?
It doesn't look like the complete amount, but
Oh,
okay.
the objection is rule of completeness, Lori. Ugh.
No objection.
Objection. 212 is admitted.
No objection.
So did this sort of photo of a document that you found on Charles's phone show the lease date?
It did.
And when was that?
June 22nd, 2019 to end on June 30th of 2022.
So a 3-year lease.
Correct.
Based upon your investigation, speaking with people as well as just going through Charles Vallow's iCloud account, his cell phone, where was Charles Vallow living in June and July of 2019?
In Houston.
Did you, in fact, find evidence that Charles Vallow had flown to Phoenix on July 10th of 2019?
Yes.
So we had talked a little earlier that in addition to the Lollytime account, that there was a Lori for Style iCloud account, correct?
Yes.
In terms of the Lori for Style at iCloud account, how did you identify that iCloud account as being associated with Lori Vallow?
Very similar to the Lollytime account. The phone number ending in 9562 is listed as the subscriber phone number. Also the content of the phone, looking at photographs, videos, and communication with others. That is also the Lori for Style at iCloud is a address that she actually gave to Banner Insurance as well.
Do we see in the Lori for Style two different phone numbers, both the 808-755-5452 and the 480-692-9562 number assigned to that subscriber?
You do.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 224 and 225.
That's awesome, Candace, with the tip about the body surfing. One thing I'll say too, if there are new docs that I can find for Idaho, again, they show up at different times for different people, we will definitely cover those, and hopefully Twiz will come on. Hint, hint. Doug is saying he passed kidney stones without any help from painkillers or whatever. That's amazing. Oh, I know all about that disease, Annie. I watched that entire trial, gavel to gavel. I know exactly what you're talking about there. I'm sorry to hear that. That's awful. Yeah, the document isn't available yet to me. And again, they post at different times. Like, this is what we've seen, where it's like sometimes some people get them on their phone and not like recently, whenever the SIRA affidavits, y'all remember when the SIRA affidavits came out? I seemed to be one of the first people to have those. They were on my phone. Like when I went to the Idaho page on my phone, it was there, but on my computer, it wasn't. So like, I did check on my phone. I did. I mean, because I'm like, well, maybe my phone gets it early. I literally just checked. I'll refresh it, but I literally just checked when he mentioned the new docs. So, but when they're there, we will cover them and hopefully Twiz will come on. So.
And do you recognize 224 as the affidavit from the iCloud records authenticating them?
Yes.
And is 225 some of the SMS or text messages that were saved in the Lori for Style at iCloud.com records?
Yes, they are.
State will move to admit 224 through 225. Oh, 224 and 225, sorry.
224 and 225 are admitted.
It's not on my computer either yet.
When you were going through the Lori for Style iCloud account records, did you ever find any recordings in that iCloud account related to Chad Daybell?
I did.
Did you find a recording from November 17th of 2018 of Chad Daybell in Arizona?
Yes, it was him speaking at a preparing of people.
Oh my God, the Chad Daybell.
And have we heard testimony from witnesses who attended a Preparing the People conference here in November of 2018?
Yes.
In the Lori for Style at iCloud account, did you find text message or SMS messages saved between Lori Vallow and her brother Alex Cox?
Yes.
We're not going to play it?
When you were looking through these records, had you become aware of the name Ned?
Yes.
What was the relevance of that name in your investigation?
Through this investigation, we had learned that Ned was the name of a dark spirit that had taken over Charles' body. And so in knowing this, I went through these records looking for a mention of Ned and to the reference and how it was used.
And was this, when we talk about the dark spirit, is this something that through your investigation, as we've heard in court, was a name that Lori had associated or given to Charles Vallow?
Yes.
In Exhibit 225, are these messages in the Lori for Style iCloud account between Lori Vallow and her brother Alex Cox, where they're talking about Ned?
Yes, they are.
Was the first time that you found that reference to Ned from February 15th of 2019? from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow?
Yes, it is.
And is that where we see Alex saying that Ned was at the temple yesterday looking for you? He thinks you are staying with me.
Correct.
And so again, we see the source is the Lori for Style, correct?
Yes.
And we see two, this is Lori Vallow's iCloud account, correct? And
Wow.
that's the number that we have associated with her with.
Hold on, let me back this up so we can read these. So it says, that's good that he is so off, I guess. And then Ned just came by and Tylee unleashed on him. He came up to my house and he went to Summer's first. Summer Shiflet, Lori's sister. He ran up in a rental car.
Two, this is Lori Vallow's iCloud account, correct? And that's the number that we have associated with her with T-Mobile.
Yes.
And then Alex Cox's Verizon record.
Correct.
During your investigation on February 15th,
Wow.
of 2019, is this the time period where Lori
Sorry.
Vallow had disappeared?
Oh, interesting. Okay, hang on. So I'm going to move this real quick. So if you look at the top one, Ned was at the temple yesterday looking for you. He thinks you are staying with me. And then it's that the response is that's good that he is so off, I guess. Oh, so I don't think we ever learned where she fucking was when she disappeared. Does anybody remember? Like this whole Lori disappearance
And
thing?
was no
I don't know that we know where she was. Are we going to learn where she was when she disappeared? Holy shit. Oh, there's Halo. What's your new address? Oh my God.
the number that we have associated with her with T-Mobile.
Yes.
And then Alex
We
Cox's
get the
Verizon
response.
record.
Correct.
You get the response. Oh my God.
During
I
your
wish you could
investigation
all
on
this.
February 15th of 2019, is this the time period where Lori Vallow had disappeared and was no longer in contact with Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Is this the time period where Charles had JJ by himself?
Yes.
And do we see then Lori Vallow saying, that's good that he is so off, I guess?
Yes.
Are you sure it
The
was
next
Hawaii?
time-
I mean, I know she was in Hawaii, but that seemed to be known by people. Are you sure about that, Twiz? I mean, because like there was a lot of being in Hawaii. I always thought this disappearance thing was separate from that.
And we see the reference to Ned is that in March 2nd of 2019, again from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow.
Yes.
Yeah, she did
Because he
disappear.
advised Ned just came by and
She
Tylee
did
unleashed
disappear
on
more.
him. He came to my
He
house.
did
and
disappear more than once. She did disappear more than once. Happy Annie, do you remember? Because there was more than one disappearance, but also the Hawaii thing, I thought that was known that she was there.
He went to Summers first. He ran up in a rental car.
Correct.
So again, your understanding is from this investigation, from testimony at court, that Ned was Charles.
Yes.
Now, again, we talk about, there was a time period when Lori is both, we've heard, in Hawaii and in Idaho, correct?
Correct.
They did go to Hawaii more than once. Oh,
Do we also see Alex trying to get Lori Vallow's new address?
Yes.
okay.
And she gives him a lollytimeforever@gmail.com, correct?
That's what I thought.
So that's another address that she had.
Yes.
Now we heard, again, Ned being associated to Charles. Do we have a text message on March 26th of 2019 from Alex to Lori saying, Ned is still alive, just confirmed?
Correct.
This next message is that from Lori Vallow to Alex.
Yes.
And it says, it's not Ned, right?
Correct.
So it's not even a he, it's. And then we have another message, it's a new one, Ned is gone.
Correct.
So is this around the time where we've heard of that girls' weekend,
Yes.
where they were trying to cast out the evil spirit in Charles?
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to back this up a second. So a couple things. So Iowa makes a good point about Lori wearing the shoes. The thing is that they won't let you into stores barefoot. So what we will do is when we get to a break, we will also rewatch the clip of her at the Walgreens to see if you can see shoes on her feet when she walks in. Because I don't remember if you could see it, but I also wasn't looking for it. I was focused on the type of shoes she was buying because she told the detectives, or she even said it freaking in trial on cross, like they're supposed to be for JJ, but the receipt showed women's shoes. Anyway, so because it did make me think she was buying pairs of flip-flops for her and Tylee. So was there something wrong with their other shoes, right, that they got rid of? That was one of the things I was asking. So we'll pull that video up on a break. We'll also do the Halo theme. Don't worry, Twiz. I forget what else I was going to say. me just back this up a second here. Oh yeah, thank you, Annie, for chiming in. Right, they did go to Hawaii more than once, but when she was in Hawaii, it was known she was in Hawaii. So to my knowledge, we still don't know yet where she was when she disappeared, but it sounds like we might be learning that now.
Yes,
And it says it's not Ned, right?
correct?
So it's not even a he, it's it's. And then we have another message, it's a new one, Ned is gone.
Correct.
So is this around the time where we've heard of that girls' weekend,
Yes,
where they were trying to cast out the evil spirit in Charles?
correct.
As you continued in this Lori for style, do we see again, Lori texting Alex saying, no one has seen him, right? Just talk to him.
Correct.
And then Alex says, correct, Charles' body is alive, right?
Yes,
So in your investigation and through the testimony here at trial, have you heard people indicate that Charles's body was possessed by an evil spirit?
I have.
And they're trying to cast out this evil spirit?
Yes,
So here we see that it's not Charles is alive, it's Charles's body's alive.
correct.
Does Alex then respond to Lori, what did you learn?
Yes,
That one's from Alex to Lori.
correct.
And then does she respond, a lot, still working on it, we'll call you later.
That's correct.
When you went
Yeah,
through
it
a lot
doesn't
of these
surprise me
records,
because they won't let you in
did you
barefoot.
see a lot of reference to telling people to call her?
You have to have a shirt and shoes.
Obviously, we don't have those recordings, right?
Correct.
And so would you often see calls then in the phone records to match up with a request to call?
Yes,
Going back to the Lollytime iCloud account, was that account created on July 1st of 2019?
it was.
Was that created after Charles Vallow contacted Lori and Chad Daybell and Tammy Daybell about the affair?
It was.
When you were going through those Lollytime at iCloud account records, did you find evidence or find photographs in the Lollytime at iCloud account showing the change in Charles's beneficiary form for his life insurance?
I did.
Did you see both a photograph of a computer as well as of documents?
Yes,
Show defense 232.
Go ahead.
Do you recognize both the report and the photos that were obtained or part of the records for the Lollytime at iCloud.com account that was obtained through a search warrant by the police department?
yes,
State would move to admit Exhibit 232.
Any objection?
No objection.
232 is admitted.
And if I may publish. So again, when you are going through these iCloud accounts, just like with the cell phone extractions, are you able to sort of pull out reports and save the documents themselves, both in the report and then print off those documents?
yes,
So looking at this Exhibit 232, do we see both it's from the Lollytime at iCloud account, right?
correct.
And then we see that on July 28th, that these photographs were sent to a phone number 515-402-0143 with a contact name of Bubby.
I do.
Now let's
Bubby?
first go through these records, and then we'll talk about the phone number, okay?
Okay.
So what we see here are sort of the thumbnails. Are these the actual photographs associated or sent in each of these messages.
Yes, they are.
So we see these are MMS messages, meaning there's a photo associated with it.
Yes.
So one of the photos associated with it was this Banner Life Insurance, oops, I'm sorry, we're too close. Banner Life Insurance policy for Charles Vallow, correct?
Correct.
Showing Lori Vallow as the primary beneficiary.
Yes.
And then there was a photograph or of the document showing, again, $1 million policy,
Yes.
started in 2015, and the owner insured are Charles Vallow.
Yes.
Then was there a photo of a computer screen?
There is.
And were you able to tell, because you see sort of the icons that you would see at the bottom of the computer screen in this,
Correct.
and a little bit of a glare on it? And is this the designation form that was changed by Charles Vallow that we had talked about previously in court?
Yes.
And so this is a photograph of the computer showing that Charles Vallow, in fact, changed this to Ethel K. Woodcock.
That is correct.
So on July 28th, Lori Vallow is sending copies of this to someone she calls Bubby.
Yes.
Bubby.
Now, did you guys want to find out who Bubby was?
I do. I
Absolutely.
want to. Sweet. Let's get all the tea.
Did you actually obtain a search warrant to get those phone records from AT&T for 515-402-0143?
Yes, I did.
I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 223. Do you see in there, first, an affidavit from AT&T authenticating those records for the 515 number?
Yes.
A thumb drive that contains all of the records that were sent,
Yes.
as well as some of the subscriber information and records.
Yes.
Now, obviously, contact names are just contact names. Were you able to determine who this number was associated with?
Yes.
How?
Once again, looking through the content of the messages that we saw via either photographs sending back and forth or just written content, this person was found to be Chad Daybell. In addition to that, we received an audio recording from a local business in which Chad contacted this business and listed this as his phone number.
So this 515 number, there's a recording of Chad Daybell using this phone number to contact a business.
Yes.
And then the context of the messages that you see in this iCloud account with the contact Bubby confirmed that this was in fact Chad Daybell.
Yes.
State will move to admit Exhibit 223.
Any objection?
No objection.
223 is admitted.
So on July 28th of 2019, Lori Vallow is sending photographs of the life insurance policy, original and the change, to Chad Daybell.
Yes.
As you were going through this iCloud account, the Lollytime, did you go through many, many, many text messages?
Yes, I did.
Did you note text messages between Lori Vallow and her brother Alex Cox that were saved in that Lollytime account?
Yes.
As you were going through those text messages, did you note Lori Vallow giving her brother the new address of 5531 South Four Peaks Place?
I did.
Did you see the messages leading up to July 11th? For instance, one on July 9th talking about being like Nephi?
I did.
Did you see text messages between them even out to August 12th where Lori Vallow talks about going to Social Security?
Yes.
And in these text messages, as you looked at these two conversing, did you see
All right,
text
that was
messages
Lori.
talking about
That was Lori.
other people being Z's, just the letter, because of their association with Charles?
Yes.
It was Chad did the same thing with Tammy, sadly. But it was Lori who called the what is it? I forget the name of it, but the cremation place after the same day Charles died.
Show defense.
Happy
Exhibit
Annie, we're
227.
happy that we all found each other. We love each other here at Squirrel Crew. Squirrel Crew's the best, guys.
Now, these messages in this iCloud account that are in this report, are these all of the messages that they had?
No.
Are these just a portion of them?
They are.
It's ready.
I'm sorry, I'm done. And if I, oh, actually, can I have my paralegal approach with 227?
Go ahead.
Looking at Exhibit 227, are those just that portion of the SMS messages between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox that were saved on the Lollytime at iCloud account that we've discussed there? Sort of
Yes, they
leading
are.
up to and right after July 11th.
Yes.
State will move to admit Exhibit 227.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
227 is admitted.
So let's go through these. So again, we're seeing SMS messages, and we're starting here on July 9th, correct?
Yeah, 3:05 p.m.
And these are from Lori Vallow. This starts the first line from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox.
Yes.
So we see Lori Vallow tell her brother that Mel is bringing Bodie over here for you now, so can you come? Correct?
Yes.
So the 9th is the day that Charles and Adam are making their plane reservations.
Yes.
And do we see that Alex tells Lori he'll be over in a bit?
Correct.
And then as we continue on the 9th, we see Lori respond, perfect, thanks, right?
Yes.
And then Alex has to ask for her address, correct?
Yes.
And so on the 9th, Lori Vallow provides her brother with the address she lives at, 5531 South Four Peaks, correct?
Correct.
And then there appears to
It looks like, have we still not learned where she was then for the disappearance part?
be a response from Alex to her AX.
I believe
'Cause
that's
she's giving that address in Arizona.
probably an attempt to correct the prior state in the above. He spells AX as well, too. So there's an
Okay.
AX below.
So a little bit later, we see that was at 4:57 p.m., correct?
Yes.
So at 9 o'clock on the 9th, do we see a message from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox? So the plot thickens, call me when you can.
Yes.
Now, at that point, when you looked at phone records, did you see any call between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox initially after this first text message?
Not after that first one, no.
So about 47 minutes later, on July 9th, at 9:50 p.m., does Lori Vallow send her brother Alex Cox a message, getting sleepy, so I'm going to need you to stay close to me the next couple days. Mel too. She can't go to Utah. They are planking some kind of intervention, but want Mel out of the way, so I'm left alone. I need to come get the stuff at your house tomorrow and store it or secure it. Lots to do. Thank you for standing by me.
So this is really important because the planking, right? This came up. She read part of this in opening statements. Backwood, I'm trying to figure out what you're saying. Can you tell me which document? Because there's like 1,000 documents from 324.
Mel out of the way, so I'm left alone. I need to come get the stuff at your house tomorrow and store it or secure it. Lots to do. Thank you for standing by me. It's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you. When you saw that message, did you ever check Alex Cox's cell phone records to determine whether or not there was a phone call after that?
I did.
Did you see that Alex Cox and Lori Vallow talked on July 9th at 21:56 hours? What time would that be?
9:56.
So 6 minutes after this, for 56 minutes.
Correct.
So 6 minutes after this text message, Lori and her brother have almost an hour-long conversation.
Yes.
Now, in this message, when you were going through these records, did you recognize or learn who Nephi was?
So in going through this particular message, I knew that Nephi was a figure in the Book of Mormon related to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, but I didn't understand the significance. So I then did some research to find out who Nephi was.
You were present in court when Adam testified, correct?
Yes.
And did his testimony about Nephi being told by the Holy Spirit to kill Laban and that this was a justified killing match with what you had learned when you researched it?
Yes, it did.
So as you were going through these messages, and let me say this investigation, were you able to get to this like July 12th? You're on it and reviewing all these iCloud accounts?
No.
Did it take significant period of time to start finding phone numbers and finding iCloud accounts and then writing warrants to obtain them?
Correct. It's an evolving process. You would find one, and then that would lead you to another. So you're continually writing search warrants for other carriers and businesses.
Okay. So when you're reviewing this now, you know the scene and you're understanding some of the case, but you're still putting pieces together.
Right.
Now, were you aware from looking at Charles's phone and the messages between Charles and Adam that they were talking about an intervention?
Yes.
So on July 9th, Adam and Charles were discussing an intervention,
Correct.
possibly recording Lori.
Yes.
And then what we see then at 9:50 at night is Lori telling her brother that they're planning an intervention.
Yes.
So the same day that Adam and Lori were, or that Adam and Charles were talking, Lori is already letting her brother know there's going to be an intervention.
Correct.
And they're trying to get her separate and alone for this.
Correct.
And then there's that long phone call that we don't have recorded, correct?
Yes.
Judge, do you want me to keep going through these or break here? I do have a significant number
Yeah,
more.
let's go ahead and take our lunch recess. Almost 12:05. I'll remind the jury to remember the admonition. We'll resume at 1:30 p.m.
All right for the jurors?
Okay. Okay, so they are still at lunch. So a couple things. Okay, so backwoods, or dog rather, unsealed, vague and undisclosed expert testimony. Is this the defendant's reply, state's reply? I guess it's the state's reply. Let's see. I'm looking for it, Doug. So you're saying it was redacted before? Oh, it was heavily redacted. I do remember this being heavily redacted. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay. So here's what we will do. Thank you, Doug. So, okay, that makes sense. So the thing that was missing about this was, what I didn't realize was that I was looking for a new document. I didn't realize it was an old document that there were changes to. What's really funny is it doesn't let you know, right? So that could be true for any of these documents. They could be redacted and then become unredacted, and there's no way to know. I don't know how you just happened upon that. Like, there's no way to see that from the website, that you wouldn't even know. Like, you wouldn't know there was any changes made. So were you just like opening up old documents? Like, that's crazy. So, so anyway, I have that pulled up, and you're absolutely right. There's definitely it's been unredacted. And I'm remembering there were a lot of redactions. I feel like for all these documents, most of them didn't have any or very few redactions, but I do remember one was really heavily redacted, and I'm sure it was this one. So, okay, so I have that ready to go. So we will definitely talk about this, but we're not going to talk about it right now because we're doing Lori Vallow and many other things. So, so thank you for bringing that to my attention. That will be definitely good to go over. So, let me move this to a new window. Okay. Right. Because Halo, but also hang on. I'm still, dude, the only way I can, I don't know the theme. I've never played the game. The only way I can learn it is to listen to it, but I can't let it play on because I will get copyright fucked out of. So I have to try to memorize it. I have to listen to it without you guys hearing it. So anyway, so let's do this. I've got here, first things first. Okay. So first we're going to do the Lori with the flip-flops in the Walgreens situation. So, okay. And I've got Thwart going on in the background, so you don't have to worry. Oh my God, come on. I'm trying to full screen it. Why are we not full screening? Okay, now we're full screen. Okay, great. Here we go. So we're going to first check for the shoes.
Walgreens at 785 South Cooper Road is the one from which I eventually obtained video. And we see it's arriving around 8:16 in the morning.
Did you go to that other Walgreens?
I did not go to that other Walgreens.
Did you call them? Where you include that his phone is
Well, it's 8:08 at around
in the corner. Went to
Okay, here we go.
Walgreens after
Okay,
you confirmed and you
What we're
obtained.
going to do, we don't need the sound. We're going to watch it in slow motion. So I'm going to mute it. This is what we're going to do. We're going to put it in slow motion. Slow motion, people. Let's do half speed. All right, let's go. Let's watch those feet. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure they don't let you in establishments, right? Don't worry, it's playing slowly without a shirt or shoes. Oh, that's kind of hard to tell. Let me see if I can pause it right on the moment of truth. Where it says front entrance is ruining my life right now. Oh, you can see a strap there. Is it a black strap? Definitely. Yep. Yep. There's a strap there. Do you guys see the strap? Do you see this right here? Strappy strap strap? Yep. Yep. Yeah. So once we saw that receipt and it said women's flip-flops, literally the idea came into my head. Is there a reason why she's replacing hers and Tylee's shoes? Was JJ in the car the whole time? Did they get blood on their shoes and did she ditch those shoes and that's why they had to get new flip-flops? Because when they show up later for the body cam, they're wearing the new flip-flops they just bought because that was circled in Ariel's PowerPoint presentation. So that is interesting. Okay, so that's what we needed. So thank you, Iowa, for mentioning this video so we could go back and take a look. So I also have a couple things here that are interesting that I have not seen, or if I've seen them, it's been a long time. But this is, what is this? Are we full screen? Okay. This is Lori on body camera footage in Hawaii, but this is not the pool video, I don't think. This is different body cam, but let me just go forward. Oh, are we on half speed? No, we're on normal speed. Okay. Let me go forward to where this is like at the airport, guys. I don't even know that I've seen this, honestly. So this is from January 27th of 2000. 2000, sorry, not 2000, oh my God, 2020, January 27th. Oh.
Guys, exit the vehicle, please. Step up. Grab a search warrant for you guys. Your car, belongings. And for your just have to over there. Mm-hmm. Follow up.
Looks like Arizona. January 27th, 2020. You look. No, this is in Hawaii, Twiz. This is in Hawaii. In Kauai, specifically. Yep. This is when they got brought, this dude. So this is, you remember, this is when they're getting brought back to the States. And what we're going to watch after this real quick is Nate Eaton confronting Lori, like on the tarmac, which is like epic. Meanwhile, I think I've got the Halo scene, kind of. I'm trying to do a lot at once today. Yeah, I think I got it. Okay, so let's go ahead a little bit because we're not seeing Lori. All we care about is seeing Lori. There she is. Oh my God.
Can we take her? Just helping her see your cards on.
Yeah. I'd open up the side window area.
What kind of vehicle is it? It's like a black, maybe late 80s, early 90s.
Can you feel that? Someone's videoing us.
Okay, that's pretty much it. So that they got her, or she's arrested. Okay, so now we're gonna take a quick jump over here. Don't worry, Twiz, we're gonna get to Halo. Halo. I totally forgot about that song. Okay, we're gonna do real quick. Where is it? So many tabs, so many windows. Okay, yes, this is awesome. This is totally worth watching. This is epic moment right here. All right, let's go.
I'm Nate Eaton with EastIdahoNews.com in Kauai, where Chad and Lori Daybell were served with 2 search warrants just hours ago. Law enforcement officers from Eastern Idaho, along with federal agents and the Kauai Police Department, pulled Lori and Chad over. They were driving a black SUV. They pulled into this resort where I am standing.
Yeah, that's literally what we were just watching.
Into one vehicle, Lori into another. That's when their vehicle was seized and they had no way to get home. We had a chance to ask them so many questions that need answers. Lori, Nate Eaton with East Idaho News. Can you tell me where your kids are? Where are your kids?
No comment.
No comment? They've been missing for 4 months. You have nothing to say?
Nate Eaton fucking goes to Hawaii to confront her about this. God.
Where are your kids?
What a man. What a man.
No comment? They've been missing for 4 months. You have nothing to say? You're over here in Hawaii?
Yes.
Where are your children?
Chad's back there.
Now, why don't you just give us a comment? Just tell us where they are.
Oh my God. Look at them holding hands. Holy
Chad,
shit.
where are Lori's kids? What happened to Tammy, Chad? Can you tell us what happened to Tammy? Why have you guys been in Hawaii for so long?
Okay. I have to say, I haven't watched this since this first happened. It's way more interesting now because we know now that Chad was on Lori's Beachbody diet plan thing. We know he was telling her he was going to get tan. Like, wow, we just have a
What
lot.
happened to Tammy, Chad? Can you tell us what happened to Tammy?
Yes, this is in Hawaii. This is when they got to get brought back to the mainland. They were in Hawaii. Remember, first they were confronted at the pool, and then they were arrested at this. They were served warrants, right? So at this resort. So we just watched the body cam, right? And now we're watching. This is the same exact moment of Nate Eaton confronting them. Like, this is the same exact moment in time that you thought was Arizona. It's actually Hawaii. So,
Dad, can you tell us what happened to Tammy? Why have you guys been in Hawaii for so long? Listen, just tell people what's happening. There's people around the country praying for your children, praying for you guys. Why don't you give us answers?
That's great.
That's great.
wow.
That's great that they're praying for you, praying for your kids. What? You have nothing to say? Did you do something to your children? Are your children still alive? That's a simple question. I've got 3 kids of my own. I can tell you every minute where my kids are at. Where are your children?
Wow.
What do you guys plan to do now? Are you you have 5 days to get your children in front of a judge in Rexburg, then what? Are you guys innocent of any crimes? Have you committed any crimes? Chad, you guys have a lot to say on your podcast. You don't have anything to say now? Lori? Do you believe that you were instructed by God or others to do something for your children?
Twiz.
If you could give a message to them, what would you say? Listen, if you just...
Doug, I think you're behind. I've got the document. I think I said that a while ago. I've got the document. We will cover it in a different live stream. I did not see the way she looked at Chad. Let me back it up. I was looking at the chat.
Do you believe that you were instructed by God or others to do something for your children? If you could give a message to them, what would you say? Listen, if you just talk to us, we'll leave you alone.
Family's worried. Tammy's family's very worried.
Tammy's family's very worried. Lori, your mother, Kay, came out.
Okay, I'll back it up further. Back it up. I was watching Chad make a bunch of eye-rolly faces.
Where are your children? You have nothing to say? Did you do something to your children?
That look, maybe?
Are your children still alive? That's a simple question. I've got 3 kids of my own. I can tell you every minute where my kids are at. Where are your children? What do you guys plan to do now? Are you have 5 days to get your children in front of a judge in Rexburg, then what? Are you guys innocent of any crimes? Have you committed any crimes? Chad, you guys have a lot to say on your podcast. You don't have anything to say now? Lori? Do you believe that you were instructed by God or others to do something for your children? If you could give a message to them, what would you say? Listen, if you just talk to us, we'll leave you alone.
Family's worried. Tammy's family's very worried.
Tammy's family's very worried. Lori, your mother, Kay, came out. Kay and Larry, they're offering a $20,000 reward for your children. And you're over here on the beach? This is your chance to tell your story. Nothing you want to say? One last chance right here. Anything you want to say to the people in Idaho? Laura, you have a lot of cash there in your baggie. Were you guys planning to leave Hawaii? Were you planning to take off?
Mm.
And with that, Chad and Lori darted in.
That's a great point. Out of the country, right? If they were going to do that, what if they were going to go to Vietnam? Were they going to meet up with Donna Adelson? Fucking hell, dude. The Vietnam of it all. I will just, I feel like Donna and Lori would either kill each other or be best friends. What do you guys think? Kill each other or best friends? Kill each other or best friends? Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to pull back up the court feed. I just checked it out. Apparently, they were supposed to be back from lunch at 4:30. Hold on. So this is live. We are live. I'm going to keep the sound off for a minute. But they were supposed to be back at 4:30, and lo and behold, they are late again, as they have been before. Like the other day for lunch, they were like, I don't know, like an hour and a half late or something. It was kind of insane. So what we're going to do now is violin stuff. And I guess Twiz said BRB, but per his request, we were going to do the Halo theme. So the thing is I assumed that they built the half-hour delay into the estimated time from Law and Crime. So Law and Crime had it on the thing there back at 4:30. I assumed that they implement the delay there, but maybe they don't. But the thing is Colombia, I think, is an extradition country, right? They would want to go to a non-extradition country. So, but we're live. So when it's back, we will see it. Okay. So, yeah, a la Donna Adelson, right? So again, I can't play the Halo theme on the phone, but maybe some of you guys know it. But basically, I was trying to listen to it while like doing other things in like 5-second bursts. It came up red for you. Interesting. I did do the cookies. I did do the cookies. That's interesting. So that's how you, thank you for answering my question. So that's how you saw it. That makes sense then. That makes sense then. So what's funny is even though it didn't, I had to scroll all the way back down to March, right? And find it. And now it's unredacted. So that's interesting. It came up red for you, I guess you're saying, probably. I think that's what you're saying. Okay, which means 2. Okay. Which means 5. Okay. So they didn't, well, I don't know why Law and Crime bothers to give an estimated time then when they don't factor in the 30 minutes. That's really dumb. So we have plenty of time then, guys. Plenty of time. Okay. But I don't want to do Idaho because I want to do a separate, we will do a separate live stream and we'll dig all deep into that document. It's a lot of D's. And maybe Twiz will want to come on. And we will, there's a couple other things we can talk about as well that I've been sort of waiting for more things because anyway, so we will do that. We'll do that probably tonight. So, okay. So, but for now though, hi official. So do any of you guys, is it just Twiz? Does anybody else know the Halo theme? Which, by the way, I love Gregorian chant, and it's very reminiscent of Gregorian chant. And my understanding of Halo, isn't it like a shooty game, like a gun game? Oh my God. You can tell I don't play video games. But I would not have expected that music to be that game, if indeed that is the game. It just sounds so medieval, you know? It sounds like Gregorian chant. So, okay, well, I'll fool around with it. I mean, he's better because, like, again, I can't, if I play any of this, like, so that I can listen to, because I didn't know it, right? I have to mute myself so that it doesn't get played on the live stream because I'm sure I know Halo is very famous, right? I would get probably copyright stricken like instantly. So, yeah, I'm a huge fan of chant. Huge fan of chant. So anyway, so the melody, what I figured is like there's the melody, and I haven't even listened to the whole thing. It's like several minutes, but I was able to get through the first, let me see, 30 seconds by listening to it like 2 seconds at a time. I don't know if it changes at all. I mean, we'll just see. But I would imagine that it's probably the same melody and then maybe they add some shit to it. So, that's really funny, official. No, it's all good. No, you didn't at all. No, I'm so glad you brought it up, Doug. Thank you. Yeah. And we are always derailed. We are always derailed. All I meant to say is that, so it's for the benefit of people. There's some people who really only tune in for Idaho stuff, you know, and for the benefit of people who want to see that document and want to be there and see and get, you know, break it down or whatever, they would totally miss it, right? Like I used to do this, right? I used to cover things from other streams during certain different cases, right? When it was on breaks. And then I realized that for people who don't follow those certain trials, they didn't know. And so that's why, as much as it might be tempting, if you will, that's why I try to not do that, because then people miss out, right? You know, so anyway, So while we will do all kinds of tangents like we're going to be doing with Halo and whatnot, you know, as far as like, because that's an important document and I want to go through it, but I want to make sure that for people who want to be able to watch that they can find it, if that makes sense. And yes, we are always derailed. So, so the thing is like the derailing when it's like just random shit is like awesome. But like if it's for other cases, it just, again, it's for the sake of our other scroll friends. You know what I mean? Her shirt? Whose shirt? Whose shirt are you looking at? Are you behind? He might be behind. No, I can't play it for you guys because they will kill me. So I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're back. So where we were at, I need to just change my audio settings. Where we were at was I was saying that, okay, so here's what, it's a 3-minute thing. I was able to listen to the first 30 seconds, like 2 seconds at a time and learn the melody. Okay. Just from listening to it. And I don't know what else happens in the rest of the 3 minutes. Is it basically the same thing repeated? I'm going to try to see what I can do here. And let me know if it sounds like I'm playing in a bunch of buckets as it did the other day. It should be okay because I took echo cancellation off. Let me know if the violin sounds weird. Yeah, Official says I'm doing a huge favor by keeping everything separate. Yeah. I try. So, okay. So let me know if I'm missing anything important. Here's the melody that I have, okay? So, wait, is that right? Yeah, I think that's right. Something like that. Hold on. Let me just double check. I just have to mute myself real quick. Let me just. Sure enough, I didn't get that. Wait, fuck. Hold on. Okay, so it's okay, let me try it again. So okay, so fuck. Oh my god, I keep messing that one up. Is that right? Hold on. Basically, because there's a lot of ways that would sound right, but they're not right. Hold on, one more. Oh, that was right. Duh. Okay. All right. So okay. So hold on. I can do better than that. Hold on. No, let's do it this way. Okay, let me try that again. add some shit in. Might change the bowing. We could do it up the octave. Let's see here. Okay, let's try it. Oh, hold on. They might be back. I didn't even tune my violin, guys. Violin, Twiz. I didn't even tune. That will make a difference. Is it buckety or is it not buckety? Anyway, I'm just figuring this out for fun by ear. You know, I could actually do something cool with it. Might even change the key. Let's see what happens if we change the key. Oh, there's a head. Let me think. Okay, nah, that sounds weird. We could change it so it's in, okay, the original's in E minor, we could change it to D minor. All right. Anyway, let's see if I can try to remember my Lord of the Rings shit I used to do. See, now I've got this stuck in my head. Oh my God, how the fuck am I forgetting? Hold on. Oh, got it. All right. Let's see. Okay, okay. I haven't played this in like for fucking ever. Let's see. Da, ba, da, dum. yeah, and then there's. And then there's how did I do this one? I'll see ya. I can't fucking remember. I haven't played this in forever. Anyway, I had a whole cool arrangement of this. I went through all the different themes. Shout out to Frodo, my dog. Anyway, oh, I love the Ren Fair. Love the Ren Fair. I've got actually a whole collection of the handmade, legit garb, as they call it. Like, honestly, it's really super fucking nerdy. It's really super nerdy. I've got a whole collection that I've accumulated over the years going to the Ren Fair of the actual, like, clothing that they wore. Anyway, Halo 3, is that a different theme? Did I learn the wrong theme? I mean, this is what popped up. You said Google Halo theme, and I did, Twiz. I Googled Halo theme. Okay, we're back. So we have sound, we're live, but there's no sound yet from the court feed, so. So much fun, yeah. I mean, and actually, speaking of, I mean, the going to the Ren Fair is why I got into early music.
Proposed jury instructions.
I actually play, they're off again. I actually play the, legit, I mean, that's why I have a medieval violin. That's how nerdy. Let's just say that. That's how nerdy. I have a medieval violin, and I actually know, like, early music is medieval and Renaissance too. Okay. Oh, yeah. Why are you doing that? Wanting to, okay.
Check for me.
Here we go. And they're going away again.
You can wait until they actually start coming.
Yeah, I was playing Lord of the Rings. Did I learn the wrong Halo thing, Twiz? All right. Anyway, so I guess I'll try to figure out where be where I was. All right.
All right, the jury is present. Please be seated. You can continue with this witness.
The Lord of the Rings meets Lori Vallow. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, now they're not making it good.
That takes a minute to restart when it's shut down. So.
See, they're having technical difficulties. So. Dude.
Should be kicking on. I know
I
when
don't even know
it
if I did.
times itself out, it shuts down.
Okay. Great. I mean, great. Here's the thing. This shit drives me fucking crazy. It's just how it is. It's just you get spoiled, right? When you can fast forward through this shit or watch it at 1.25 speed. So anyway, it's just.
You want to email the AV guys just in case it doesn't pop on here in a
The
second.
baby guys. Look, they're having troubles, looks like.
They were working on something.
Okay.
They were working on something.
Yes.
Okay, great. There you have it, guys. The technical difficulties. So now we have time to go back to finishing all the songs. So let me just make sure. All right. So let's any requests from anybody. Any requests from anybody. If it's a song that I've heard, I can play it by ear. If I haven't heard it, then I have to listen to it like I did with Halo. I could go back to trying to make that better though. So yeah, so Star Wars. I'm not gonna play Star Wars. That's not that great. I mean, it's fine. I guess I've never seen the movie, but I've played the music. Anyway, what about like Pirates of the Caribbean? How does that go? I've never seen that movie either. I don't remember how that goes. I don't know. Disney songs. Do you guys have any requests? Or should we do other things? Because they're just having their difficulties, right? I feel like I'm going to remember Pirates of the Caribbean when I'm not trying to. Let me see real quick if I can look it up. Okay, let me see here. Right. So no wonder I thought of this. There's a lot of similarities here with the Halo one. Okay. That one, right? But I don't know what it does after that. Anyway. Which one did you mention last time, official? What about... Let me think. Hold on. Okay. There's a weird interval in there. There we go. That's not it. I may do a different key. Wait, hold on. That's not it. Oh, well. Game of Thrones. I've actually never watched Game of Thrones. Hi, Miss Mandy. We're just playing around on Violin here. Yeah, I did Lord of the Rings, then I was switched to Harry Potter. Harry Potter. See, some of the stuff I haven't heard it in so long, it's hard to remember. Game of Thrones. Is there a Game of Thrones theme? I could look it up. Never seen True Blood. Never seen True Blood. Yeah. What else? Doesn't just have to be movies or shows. Could be anything. I don't even know how it goes, Twiz. How about this one? Okay, name this song. Name this tune. Hold on, let me see if I can do some double stops. Hold on, that won't work. Does anyone name? The thing is this, when I plan it ahead of time, like I make it in a key where I can do the melody end with double stops, so like melody and harmony, but it's just harder when you haven't planned ahead. Does anybody know that song? Never seen Walking Dead. What about? No one knows that song. Frolic, is that a song? Yeah, Candace, you're on the right track. Hold on. That little thing right there should tip you guys off if you know the song. Anyway, it's Third Eye Blind. How's it gonna be? I was thinking back to 90s music. Yeah, I don't know Frolic. Anyway, the court is lame right now. They're having technical difficulties. That's what's happening. Tyga Dip. I don't know that song. It might be a song that I know if I heard it, I'd be like, oh yeah. Camera shook a little bit. Anyway, they're back. And they're back. Are they better than ever? We will find out.
Just to put us back
Together.
into perspective, when we broke before lunch, we were discussing Exhibit 227, correct?
Yes.
And this was some of the SMS or text messages between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox that were collected from her Lollytime iCloud account.
Correct.
Okay. And we had discussed the text messages from
suggestions for
July
later, guys.
9th referencing the intervention.
Yes.
And we had discussed the text messages from July 9th discussing Nephi.
Yes.
Those messages also referred to Mel, correct?
Correct.
Oh, Mel.
Now, as we go to the next
Melani.
page of this report,
You want to know what's funny? Whenever I do timestamps, I won't be able to listen to any of that. I'll just timestamp it violin nonsense and then I'll move on. I won't be able to listen to any of it.
for the 10th of July, do we then see text messages between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox talking about meeting up for lunch with Mel on July 10th?
I do.
And then as those messages go along, does Lori Vallow in fact invite Alex over to her house?
Yes.
And he advises, okay.
Yes.
Are there any text messages between them on the 11th of July?
There are none.
Now, the next messages that we show in this, and again, these are not all of the text messages, correct?
Correct.
Is from the 13th of July, correct?
Correct.
And it says, need you, Adam is freaking out. Based upon your understanding of the case and the testimony of Adam Cox, is that when he found out Charles Vallow was dead?
That is correct.
So this one is from Lori Vallow to Alex saying, need you, Adam is freaking out.
Wow.
Yes.
Again, as we kind of go through what was relevant, and we're not saying these are all of the text messages, on August 12th, do we see a text message from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox saying at Social Security?
Yes, you do.
Based upon your information and review of the case, were you familiar with August 12th being the date that Lori Vallow went to Social Security to apply for survivor benefits.
Oh
Yes.
boy. There you go.
Told us that when you were looking through these messages, we had originally looked at some of the messages from the Lori for Style account. And you had looked for messages involving Ned, correct?
Ned.
When we heard testimony from Serena Sharp, do you recall her using the word zombie?
I do.
And that she indicated that that was a term that Lori used.
Correct.
And it referred to something to do with the possession.
Yes.
As you were looking through these messages, did you ever see Lori referring to people as Z's
I
or
did.
Z,
Just the single letter Z.
single letter Z? And so when we look at these messages, Exhibit 227, do we see starting on September 3rd, a message from Lori Vallow to her brother, Alex Cox, saying bad news on our brother.
Yes.
And Alex responds, what's that?
Correct.
And she says, Z.
Yes.
And does Alex then say, really, when was that?
Yes.
As that conversation continued on that September 3rd, does Lori tell Alex as of early January?
Yes.
This is so insane. Ned recruited him shortly after. This is why.
Now, is it your understanding, based upon both testimony from people like Kay Woodcock as well as your own investigation and testimony from Christina Atwood, that sort of in February and March is when Lori
Someone in
Vallow
court.
disappeared?
Yes.
Somebody in court
So-
speaking loudly.
She's now saying her brother has been a Z as early as January. Does then Alex Cox respond back to her? That explains his interest in Charles.
So that
Should he, her
they're
brother,
talking
but
about
as far as
Adam.
Z or Zach.
Talk-
Zach is
Her
a Z.
brother
Yes.
first.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're talking about Adam.
So initially, she's talking about her brother, right?
Correct. Yes.
Wow.
And so in this conversation, as we start through, Lori is telling Adam or Alex that their brother is a Z, correct?
Correct.
As early as January. And it's tied to Charles, right?
Correct.
And in fact, the next text from Lori Vallow to Adam says, Ned recruited him shortly after. This is why, right?
Yes.
She then goes on to say he's part of the 24, correct?
Yes.
And Alex says, that makes sense. Wow.
Correct.
It makes sense.
Does Lori then go on to speak of more Z's?
She does.
Does she in fact say, again, still on this September 3rd conversation, more sad news, guess who is the final Z of the 24?
Yes.
And Alex questions if it's Pops or Brandon.
Correct.
Oh,
And then Alex also says, Zach. Oops. May
wow.
not be showing yet. Sorry.
Wow.
So the
By the way, this whole thing about the 24, I don't recall having that come up before. Does anybody else? The 24 zombies, I feel like it probably did, but I just make a note that that's an interesting another little tidbit that they were like, there's 24 zombies, it seems like that they're talking about here. Right, good point, Candace. Who am I jealous of? What now?
Lori tells, guess who the final Z of the 24 is, right?
Correct.
And we see from Alex, he guesses Pops or Brandon with a question mark.
Yes.
And then Alex also responds, Zach.
Correct.
And sort of the times here are close in time.
Correct.
We have 10:20:29 and 10:20:43. Lori responds, nope, think of Judas, who loved me completely, then turned against me.
Yes.
And then we see Alex asking, saying, tell me.
Correct.
And Lori Vallow says to Alex, yes, our sweet Zach, he is in paradise, the real Zach. It makes final sense.
Can you push that up a little further? Just a minute. That's correct.
And does Alex then ask Lori, his sister, when this happened?
Yes.
So we're still on the same date. And does Lori then tell Alex about the time he turned? Makes sense, he being dedicated to Brandon and Ned.
Yes.
So again, we're still seeing this reference of Ned being Charles.
Correct.
And so now they're tying Adam, Zach, and Brandon with Charles.
Correct.
And so do we see again, so from Alex to Lori, so February.
Yes.
And again, is this around that time period where Lori Vallow disappeared,
Correct.
left JJ with Charles?
Yes.
And we had heard in
You hear me singing?
the
That's
interview
funny.
that the defendant gave with Detective Van Clan that she told her about her just leaving and disappearing.
Yes.
What's
As
really
that
funny is in my mom's concert last night, I didn't know they were doing zombie. But like I've been literally singing this song literally every day because every time they talk about zombies, I cannot help it. I don't even realize I'm doing it. It's just automatic. And then when they did the Ukrainian song and then it transitioned into zombie, I was like, I'm losing it right now. I'm losing it. Like, wow, there it is. Like, just so funny.
Conversation goes on. Does Alex then say, how did Zach die or was he forced out?
He does.
Previously in the Lori for Style, had we seen again a reference of Charles' body being alive, but Ned being gone?
Yeah.
And again, we've heard people testify as to Charles being possessed by that evil spirit
Yes.
and the unknown of if that spirit went away, what that would mean for Charles.
Correct.
So this conversation then, after Alex asked Lori, how did Zach die or was he forced out? Does Lori go on to say, it's crazy, I know, but it's sad and true. Now we know all 24, right?
Yes.
And then she also tells Alex, forced out, I think.
Correct.
And did Alex then say with his anxiety, he wasn't strong enough to fight back?
Yes.
And Lori, and he said, So throughout this time period, from February of 2019 up through September after this, are we still seeing Lori talking about Charles being dead?
Yes.
This concept of Z or zombies,
Correct.
and others that seem to have helped Charles were equally dark.
Yes.
On the day or the day leading up to, as well as on the 11th of July, so July 10th and 11th, did you, in looking at the reports for the Lollytime iCloud account, see messages between Lori Vallow and her sister Summer?
I did.
In those messages, did you see Summer providing updates as to the location of Adam and Zach on the 10th?
On the 10th, yes.
And did you also see Summer providing information about a place for Lori to stay?
I did.
Oh, is that where Lori was when she disappeared? Was she staying with Summer? You've got to be kidding. Really? No way. Oh my God. If that's the case, this is brand new information that we did not know about. And that means Summer has a lot of information that has not come out yet, ever. Like, it's not happened. Like, she's not testified in any of the trials, I don't think. Wow. Wow.
I can have my paralegal approach with 287.
Yeah. What? What? Oh dear.
Do you recognize Exhibit 287 as some of those text messages between, from Summer, Lori's sister, to Lori on July 10th, advising about Adam and Zach.
I do.
State will move to admit 287 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
287 is admitted.
Now, just so we understand again, how is Zach related to Adam?
Zach is Adam's son.
And so we heard Adam say that when he came down here, Zach was staying with his parents.
Yes.
And Zach ended up actually flying home with him.
Yes.
So on the 10th of July, we see, again, this is instant messages now. Is that another type of data that could be saved in the iCloud account?
Yes, it can.
So in these instant messages, we can see who it's from as a contact of some, right?
It looks like Summer did testify in Lori's trial. I don't even remember that. It must be that she like literally just didn't know, didn't remember, didn't have any information. And it looks like she was only on the stand for an hour or less than an hour. No, even less than that. It looks like they talked about Lori's other marriages. How was Summer's relationship with Alex? And it ended with her being escorted out of the courtroom by the bailiff, which we wouldn't have been able to see because this was Lori's trial. It was only audio. It might be worth going back and listening to her testimony, like maybe before trial starts tomorrow. But 100%, I do not remember anything about Lori staying with her. Does anybody else? I mean, like I said, I didn't even remember that she testified. It was that forgettable / like minimal, if that makes sense.
Right?
Correct.
And Adam had told us that Summer was sometimes called Some.
Yes.
And then again, contact the 480 with the last numbers 9562. Is that Lori Vallow's?
Yes, it is.
So instant messages between Lori Vallow and Summer.
Yes.
So on July 10th at 2:04, Summer's asking if Lori can talk.
Yes.
And then about 34 minutes later, does she advise that Mom is in the car with Adam and Zach on the way home from Sky Harbor?
Correct.
And so we knew that Adam came in early afternoon on the 10th, right?
Yes.
And then Summer tells her sister, Lori Vallow, she wanted to know if she could confront him as a preemptive strike. I told her no, just to collect info.
Yes.
So we know from the 9th in that conversation or that text message by Lori Vallow to her brother Alex that she's aware there's an intervention about to happen.
Correct.
And she is rallying the troops around her.
Correct.
And her mom is asking if she can help by doing a preemptive strike.
Yes.
Then do we see an instant message also on the 10th at 2:43 from Mimi. Adam thinks Melani left for Utah today because that's the last he knew. I just left it that way.
Yes.
Again, going back to that July 9th message, did Lori tell Alex that Mel had to stay and she couldn't go to Utah?
Yes.
As Summer continues updating Lori Vallow on July 10th at 2:48, does she tell her they're headed to Mimi's house?
Correct.
And then as we continue on at 7:10 at 3:29, does Summer provide an update again that Zach and Adam are headed to a Spider-Man movie in the time that is happening at?
Yes, they do.
Then on 7:10 at 4:56, we see again a message from Summer. I think so, just me and the kids here, right?
Correct.
Or M. Then we see a reference to JJ at 7:10 at 6:25 that he left his wrist brace and ukulele there, right?
Yes.
Oh my God, the ukulele of it all. I have a ukulele, by the way.
Then we see a reference to JJ at 7:10 at 6:25 that he left his wrist brace and ukulele there, right?
Yes.
Wow. Summer, no, she's not. She stood up for Lori for a long time, though, and defended her up until, like, we watched her interview with Nate Eaton from after Chad's conviction, and she was still kind of trying to make Lori into the victim, but she wasn't in the zombies group. It was only Lori, in terms of the family, it was Lori and Alex that were in that, the so-called 144,000 cult, in scare quotes, because they only had like 8 people, but they needed to get to 144,000. So they failed miserably. But that's why it's interesting, right? So like, but it's essentially, it's almost, in my mind, it's almost like, you know, aiding and abetting. I mean, I know it's not technically at the time, but in a way it almost, right? Like, so she wasn't part of the group, but like Lori stayed with her, and somehow this has been kept fucking secret. This has been kept secret. Summer hid her. I mean, that's what happened. Summer hid her.
At 6:26 p.m. on July 10th, does Summer then offer Lori that she could stay at her house?
She does.
She tells her, would you rather stay here this week while we are gone? That way no one would know you were here. We can tell Zach we are putting Zeus in a kennel.
Right there.
So she's
There you
willing
go.
to lie to Zach so her sister can stay at her house and have no one know where she is.
Apparently.
Then she
Oh, boy.
continues to update Lori that at 8:10 p.m. on the 10th that Zach and Adam are still here playing Phase 10 and eating, right?
Yes.
And as the night goes on, Summer then advises that, again, keeping her updated where Adam and Zach are.
Correct.
Did this message say, again, that Adam was waiting for Al to text him back?
Yes.
So again, we knew Adam was thinking he was staying with Al, right?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
And then finally at 8:54, we see Adam and Zach just left to go to Mimi's.
Yes.
And so we heard from Adam that they stayed with his parents.
Correct.
And then on the 11th, did we just see instant messages from Summer reaching out to Lori saying, how's it going today?
Yes.
No responses on those.
No.
Now, we've seen a lot of this mention of Melani or Mel. And when Adam testified, he told us that his sister's daughter was Melani Boudreaux at the time, correct?
Correct.
In the Lollytime at iCloud.com account, was there a contact name for a Mel B or Melanie B?
Yes, there was.
And did you learn who Melanie B was in this contact list?
That was Melanie Boudreaux.
So we see a mention of a Mel in that July 9th Nephi text to Alex, right?
Correct.
And we see other mentions of Mel throughout these other text messages that we've had,
Yes.
including the need for Melanie or Mel not to go to Utah, correct?
Correct.
Show defense 228.
Mm. So I would assume they're talking about Melanie Boudreaux. Another thing I will say is this. I don't know that state's going to finish today because I don't know that they're even getting close to being done on direct. And then they're going to have cross with him. And so they might get another witness in, but I don't think they're going to finish with their case in chief today.
If I can have my paralegal approach.
I wouldn't be surprised if they finish before lunch tomorrow and then Lori starts her case in chief after lunch tomorrow. Maybe.
28.
Let's see.
Looking at 228, are those some of the text messages from the 9th and 10th between Lori Vallow and Melanie B on the Lollytime?
Yes, they are.
And do those, again, involve sort of Melanie staying here in Phoenix instead of going to Utah,
Yes.
as well as updating on where Charles is and where Al is?
Correct.
State will move to admit 228.
Any objection?
No objection.
228 submitted.
So we had talked about earlier that there are a lot of times where we see sort of the call me thing sent. When you first look at this 228, the messages between Lori Vallow and Melanie B on July 9th at about 7:21 p.m., do we start with a message from Lori to Melanie, need to talk to you ASAP?
Yes.
Now, when you were talking about the Alex message, let me grab that one. With Alex Cox. So these messages to Melanie B occur before, but it's the same sort of thing. So the plot thickens, call me when you can. We see a message from Lori to Melanie, need to talk to you ASAP, right?
Correct.
And then I'll call you in 5, finding out what to do. Correct?
Correct.
and then a response of K.
Yes.
As sort of the night goes on, we see some sort of messages of Melanie updating Lori of where she is and what's going on, right?
Correct.
And then we see from Lori telling Melanie at 8 o'clock, you can't go tomorrow. It's a setup for both of us, still on the phone, finding out the details.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
At that time, she hasn't sent the message yet to Alex, correct?
Correct.
So the Nephi message has not gone out yet.
Yes.
So then we see Lori Vallow sending to Melanie B. They have an elaborate plan. I'll call you soon.
So here's the thing. For anyone who's like, again, there's already been a lot that's pointed to conspiracy, but for anyone who missed it or just wants more, you know, but who cares? No big deal. I want more. I want to see the conspiracy. All right. Unfortunately, we can't like see it on the screen. However, we are hearing it. It would be great if we could see it on the screen, especially for the dates, but literally, and it's like, this is really fucking important. And I wish they had some way to draw attention to it of this would be easy to just think it's just whatever, right? It's just lolling along, you know, we can't see anything. Anyway, this is really important. Maybe they'll have a comprehensive timeline at the end of this, like they did in Murdoch. I don't know. But these texts are really fucking important and outline a lot of shit.
She hasn't sent the message yet to Alex, correct?
Correct.
So the Nephi message has not gone out yet.
Yes.
So then we see Lori Vallow sending to Melanie B. They have an elaborate plan. I'll call you soon.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
Then as the time goes on, we see a message again.
So I need to take something back. I need to take something back, Candace. I need to take something back. I forgot about Melanie Boudreau. I don't know how I forgot Melanie Boudreau. Melanie Boudreau was also in with the group. I forgot about that. Sorry, Candace, and anyone else and everybody. I forgot about, dude. I forgot about that because I guess maybe I was thinking Lori's immediate family, although I think Melanie Boudreau still counts as immediate family because it's Lori's niece. Anyway, she was also in the group.
You're saying, I could take all the babies and drive and take our stuff.
Oh, all the babies?
But Lori responds, you can't go at all. We both need to stay here to defend ourselves, right?
Can you move that up, please?
Sure. Yes. Sorry.
Can we see it, please?
That is correct.
So Lori's telling her you can't go.
Yes.
So Lori's telling Melanie she can't go. Another witness.
And this is where then we see a message from Lori Vallow to Melanie B. It's coming to a head. This week will change everything.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Premeditation.
And that's where Melanie B says, probably why I felt sick about going, even when told to plan to go.
Correct.
I
And
mean,
then again, we see another call me.
the thing is, remember, like, this is Lori's trial. Alex doesn't have a trial. So whether or not they prove that Alex had involvement or whatever, like, honestly, there's actually motions to eliminate regarding that because it's very complicated because of his death and the whole thing. But literally, what we have seen this entire time is Lori planning this. It's premeditated. Even if you leave Alex out of it, I guess then it's like, oh, well, there's not conspiracy, but it's still murder. I mean, it's like, it's actually worse. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, really, it's like Alex pulled the trigger, although potentially maybe Lori did. I know we talked about that kind of a little bit earlier in the chat. But anyway, whatever Alex's involvement, I mean, Lori planned all this. That's clear.
Right.
Correct.
Now, when we look at timing, we know again, when we go to 227, that the plot thickens.
Candace, who are they defending themselves? Are you talking about, was that in a text? Let me see.
Lori Vallow to Melanie B. It's coming to a head. This week will change everything.
Yes.
And that's where Melanie B. says, probably why I felt sick about going, even when told to plan to go.
Correct.
And then again, we see another call me. Right?
Correct.
Now,
my guess is, without having to go back too far, would be defending themselves against Adam and Charles, who want to have an intervention, probably, right? That would be what I'm thinking about, because they knew about this intervention happening. And either that, or they're talking about Ned or a dark spirit or some bullshit, right? One or the other.
when we look at timing, we know again, when we go to 227, that
Twiz, this is all before the crime, literally. Yeah, premeditation. Literally, like, oh, are you confused? Oh my God. We're talking about, this is all before the crime. This is all premeditation. You silly. You're silly.
Thickens to Alex is at 9:03, right?
Yes.
And so now we also have the plot thickens also sent here where they're talking.
That's to Alex.
Sorry, that's Alex, yes.
Right.
So as the night goes on, 9:28, this is sort of in between those messages to Alex as well as before the Nephi one.
Right.
And we see here that Melani says, I can lay at my house if I need somewhere to go. And then she goes on to say, I think I'll tell him I don't want to get the kids sick, so I'll go lay down at Mimi's, then gym, temple, and lunch.
Yes.
So she's going to pretend to be sick, but she's going to go to the gym, temple, and lunch.
Correct.
Then she continues to sort of advise what's going on the 10th and tell Lori, is it better for me to stay here or leave, do you think? So she's getting her direction from Lori.
Correct.
And then from Melani, she advises Lori, Adam and Charles don't come until tomorrow, right? Or she asks her. And then she says, Brandon said it's okay, we can get in a flight tomorrow or whenever you're better.
Yes.
So on the 10th, Melani asked if Charles and Adam are coming in, right?
Yes.
And Lori tells them they both come tonight, correct?
Yes.
So she already knows that Adam is coming and that Charles is coming.
Yes.
Does it go on? Okay. This is from Melani. So today doesn't really matter, but I'm here. I have the kids tomorrow and that could make it easier for them. So I should probably be sick again tomorrow, question mark?
Oh.
Correct.
Oh. As in calling sick from work?
And again, does Lori say, I think so, but I think they're moving their plans to tomorrow since they will still try to get rid of you.
Yes.
Then there's a discussion from Melani about wanting to go to this wedding.
Correct.
And Lori saying, I know, baby, I'm so sorry. This is important to your mission, even though I know it's hard to just sit there.
Correct.
So she's given her a mission to pretend to be sick.
She has a mission, yes.
Then we see from Melani, I just got to the gym, but do you want to do lunch after? What's your day look like? Are you going to Glendale?
Correct.
So we can see a plan going here where she's pretending to be sick for Lori, but they're meeting up.
Yes.
Lori says, yes, let's do lunch. I'm not going today.
Correct.
Then they discuss sort of meeting up. And as we go on in the 10th, is Melani advising her that Brandon's been here the whole time. He's been on the phone and texting the whole time. I told him I'm trying to get on a flight tomorrow, but he thought the wedding was tomorrow, so he was surprised it's Friday.
Correct.
And Lori tells her maybe she can go tomorrow night. So on the 11th, Lori Vallow already knows by the 10th, Lori Vallow is already knowing that by the night of the 11th, Mel need not stick around.
Correct.
So she needs to be there in the morning, but maybe you can go tomorrow night on the 11th.
Correct.
And then we see again, Melani, maybe I'll tell him I'm not going at all. And then I just end up going Thursday night, but his plans are canceled. And again, so July 11th is Thursday, right?
Yes.
Lori then tells Melani, I don't want you to regret not going, right?
Correct.
Melani checks in on Lori. This is still the 10th. How are things on your end? And also, I don't want to regret not going. Meanwhile, I'm over here dreading packing and playing sick, right?
Correct.
So she confirms that she's doing this for Lori to distract Brandon.
She's not really sick, yes.
Then we see Melani saying, packing for the move, that is, and then asked to be, will you clear me?
Correct.
So still on the 10th, as we get to 6:47, we have Lori telling Melani, sure, I'll work on you now. Do you want to come over for a blessing?
Correct.
And this is where we then see Melani ask, sure, I can, but is Charles coming? Is Al there? Right? And so Lori lets her know that Al is here at 7:18 p.m. on July 10th, right?
Correct.
Okay, again, it's really shitty the way we are being presented with this because we can't see it. But I just wanted to draw everyone's attention to this. We are now on the eve of Charles's murder. We are at July 10th, 7:18 p.m. All right.
Melani asks, sure, I can, but is Charles
And again, this is a very different perspective because now we're seeing the interactions with Melanie, with Lori.
coming? Is Al there? Right? And so Lori lets her know that Al is here at 7:18 p.m. on July 10th, right?
Correct.
And Charles says he will come over in the morning.
Yes.
So at 7:18, everyone sort of knows Al is over at Lori's. Charles isn't there. He'll be over the next morning.
Correct.
And then we see Melanie say, I'll head over, right?
Correct.
This next message is from the 11th, correct?
Yes.
And we see her tell Lori again, Zach is here, right?
Correct.
And again, now it's closer to 8. He just acted like he was coming over to get his mail. He told Brandon, oh, hey, Adam's in town. And Brandon acted like he didn't know. I asked if he was moving in with Adam Cannon, and he said he doesn't know yet. And then do they confirm after that, I can fly out at 9 p.m. tonight and be back Saturday afternoon?
Correct. And those 2 prior messages, you can see the time frame of 7:48. Obviously, the event has taken place, and they're not read until 1:38 in the afternoon.
Okay. So yes, so this is at the 7:53 a.m. when this is sent. That is after Lori Vallow has left the house with Charles's phone in his car.
Correct.
And it's read at 1:28 after Lori Vallow has been interviewed and released back in Charles Vallow's SUV.
Yes.
And they go over to Alex's house.
Correct.
I have a dream that someday the Brennan command will work. Maybe someday. That's why I'm going to keep trying it. I don't want to forget about it.
So when you're trying to put this case together, you're having to pull all these different text messages to see when Lori knew what she knew and who she was directing to do things, correct?
Correct.
As you were looking through these messages, were you also having to figure out who some of these people were?
Yes, I was.
We had talked about that phone number, the 515 number that was listed as a contact of Bubby. Do you
Yes.
recall that?
Yes.
And that you, through looking at the iCloud account, the text messages, the call that was made by Chad Daybell using this phone and recorded, that Bubby contact name is Chad Daybell.
Correct.
When you were reviewing those iCloud accounts, does every text message always save in them?
They do not know.
So did you also have to look at phone records to see if those matched up or if there were missing records?
I did.
And we talked about, obviously, phone calls are not saved in the iCloud account, right?
Correct.
So when you were looking at those Chad Daybell phone records, did you look to see on the morning of July 11th of 2019 if there were any text messages or phone calls made between Chad Daybell's Bubby phone and Lori Vallow?
I did.
Do those records show a text message from Chad Daybell's phone to Lori Vallow's phone on July 11th of 2019 at 6:06 a.m.?
Yes.
And those are all in the records that we previously admitted.
Correct.
Was there another text message from Lori Vallow's cell phone to Chad Daybell's phone on July 11th at 6:12 a.m.?
Yes.
Was there a text message from Chad Daybell's phone to Lori Vallow's phone at 7:01 a.m.?
Correct.
Wow.
And another text message from Chad Daybell's phone to Lori Vallow's phone at 7:33 a.m.
Yes.
Wow.
So those
That's
phone
really
records don't show us the
close.
content of those.
No, it just shows that the message they were communicating, but her iCloud will not show the actual content of those.
Okay. Looking still at that Exhibit 223, as well as Exhibit 223, which is the 515 number associated with Chad Daybell, and looking at the T-Mobile records for Lori Vallow, Exhibit 220. Did you look at those two records to see if there was any calls or text messages between Chad Daybell's phone and Lori Vallow's phone after Charles was shot on
Yes.
July 11th?
Yes.
Was there a phone call between those two phones, Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow, on July 11th at 12:39 p.m.?
Yes, there was.
That lasted about 1 minute and 45 seconds.
Correct.
So that would have been after Lori Vallow was interviewed by the police and brought back to the residence.
Correct.
Was there no other phone call on July 11th of 2019 from Chad Daybell's phone to Lori Vallow's phone at 2:28 p.m. that lasted a little over 11 minutes?
Yes.
Is that around the time that Detective Enclan was calling Lori to have her come back to 5531 South Four Peaks?
Yes, it was.
Did you see another call between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell at 5:42 p.m. that lasted for over 30 minutes?
I did.
And did you see another call between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow on July 11th of 2019 at 7 p.m. that lasted approximately 11 minutes?
Yes.
And did you see a final call on July 11th between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow at 7:54 p.m. that lasted a little over 13 minutes?
I did.
When you were looking at the text messages between Lori
Technically, this is
Vallow
all
and Chad
leading,
Daybell,
by the way.
contact name Bubby, that you located in those Lollytime at iCloud account, did you notice a romantic relationship between them?
Yes, I did.
Prior to Charles being shot and killed on
My God,
July
please talk about
11th
Storm.
of 2019,
Storm.
did you see any open and obvious romantic messages from Chad under any of his contact names that you knew of to Lori Vallow?
I did not.
After Charles's death on July 11th, 2019, did you see any open and obvious romantic messages from Chad Daybell under any of his contact names to Lori Vallow?
I did.
Now, were there many messages and between Lori Vallow and contact name Bubby or Chad Daybell?
Yes, there were.
And again, those are all part of that, recovered as part of the search warrant on the Lollytime at iCloud account.
Yes.
In these text messages, did Chad write I'll call it, romantic story about Lori and himself that he texted?
Here we
and emailed
go,
to her?
guys.
He did.
Did he have other names for them?
I believe the names were James and Elena.
I think we're getting there.
Did that story seem to sort of at least match the timing of when they met?
I did.
Were some of them more promiscuous?
Yes.
Oh my
Did
God.
they also include conversations, though, about people like Adam and Brandon,
They did.
and about Ned?
Yes.
I paralegal can approach with 229.
Please make him say the name of Chad's penis like they did in Idaho. Please. What's wrong with my keyboard?
Any objection?
Just relevance to the conspiracy, Your Honor.
Not
All right. The
surprised.
proper foundations have been made. I will admit 229.
229.
229 is admitted.
So we've talked about Adam and Brandon, correct?
Yes.
And so one of the first message in this exhibit 229 is from July 13th, so 2 days after Charles was shot and killed.
Yes.
And do we see, at this point, Chad is asking Lori, how did Adam and Brandon find out?
Correct.
And again, on the 13th at 9:51, we see Lori telling Chad, my mom, because she was so mad, she went off on Adam.
Correct.
And again, when we go back to Adam's testimony, did he indicate he learned Charles had died on the 13th
Correct.
and that he got in a fight with his mom?
Yes.
At that point, do we see then a message from Chad asking, did he have much to say in his defense?
Correct.
And Lori responds, he was very defensive and tried to justify everything, but my mom kicked him out and said she would never talk to him again. She's dramatic.
Yes.
So we had learned that Adam had been speaking with Charles and that he hadn't told his family about this intervention, right?
Correct.
And that after this, he said he lost basically all contact with his family.
Yes.
And this seems to sort of confer with that.
Correct.
Do we then see a switch over from talking about Lori's family to now Chad talking to Lori about being deeply, crazily, madly in love with Lily?
Yes.
And do we see again messages to and from Lori and Chad talking about sort of their love for each other?
Correct.
So prior to this, we really had not seen this open.
Hang on. he was really defensive. Hold on, let me move these up. Okay, so he wants to vanish with her to another world. That's a portal. I'm heading to bed so that I can come snuggle tightly against you. I adore you. Remember, they're not in the same place. You are truly my best friend on earth and throughout eternity.
Obvious.
We're getting into storm
Discussions about
territory.
their relationship.
I had not.
As the time continued, did you continue to see, again, messages of love, as well as a lot of calls?
I did.
Hang on. Oh, I love you so much. You're my greatest desire and my best friend. Now on with the story, it says.
Love, as well as a lot of calls.
I did.
Although we won't read through every.
No. As November began, James and Elena, we're going to read it. James and Elena had talked on the phone every day since last seeing each other. He was extremely impressed with her intelligence, personality, and subtle humor that made him laugh more than he had in his lifetime. She was a complete delight to talk to, and the highlight of his day was when he could hear her magical voice. Oh my God. It was so familiar to him, and it actually healed and soothed his, oh God. It's cut off from there because of the thing on the bottom.
Everything here, is this sort of part of that story
Soothed his heart and soul.
you're talking about of James and Elena starting in November?
Correct.
And
So
is
lame.
November when the Preparing the People conference was here in Arizona of 2018?
Correct.
And we've heard testimony from witnesses that Chad Daybell was there.
Yes.
And you found actually a recording on the Lori for Style of Chad Daybell at the Preparing the People conference in November of 2018.
I did.
Hello, James. This is not the James in the story. Different James.
As we get to July 14th, do we see Chad then talking about cleansing the Houston house?
Clearing.
Clearing. I'm just going to read the other ones that matter more. That's amazing. Just like you. Thinking of you always, my love. You are wonderful. How are you? Missing you.
Clearing the Houston house, sorry. To remove the darkness he caused.
Correct.
So who was living in Houston?
Charles.
And had you seen and heard people testify that Charles was considered dark by Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And again, we continue to see the affirmations of love,
Yes.
the cheek to cheek and loin to loin.
Yes.
There it is. Cheek to cheek and loin to loin, people.
Again, more conversations both of love in text messages as well as phone calls.
Correct.
As we continue on the 14th, did Chad, let me ask you this, where was Chad Daybell living in July of 2019?
Hang on.
Idaho.
I'm going to go back a bit here. Okay. Hang on. Cheek to cheek. There's cheek to cheek at the bottom. And loin to loin is cut off on there. She loves that. Did you enjoy today's story segments? I loved them. Can you talk a minute? I need so badly to just gently kiss you for hours. It would likely lead to other activities. Likely or luckily? It would luckily lead to nakedness. There it is.
Continue on the 14th.
Storm territory.
Did Chad, let me ask you this, where was Chad Daybell living in July of 2019?
In Idaho.
So Chad is living in Idaho, and you told us that you had seen flights of Lori to Idaho and Lori and Chad to Arizona in March of 2019.
Yes.
He's asking Lori, did everything go smoothly in ending the hotel stay and getting the car returned?
Correct.
And so we see Lori responding to him, I guess I turned in the car, but I don't know what the police did at the hotel, probably just left it.
Correct.
And so we know that the police got the key card from her and went and cleared out the hotel room.
Yes.
Do we see, again, a continuation of that story that Chad was writing to Lori Vallow?
You do.
And that continues through most of this till apparently Chad needed a shower.
Correct.
Now, as we again continue through this, are you seeing sort of every day multiple texts of love between these two?
I am, yes.
And again, going through the 17th, 16th, 17th, again, more affirmations of love, correct?
Yes.
Now, we know on the 15th
So,
of July
hold
is
on.
when Lori Vallow had called.
Hang on.
They know on the 15th, again, more.
Let me go back. She's not reading these, which is really stupid. Thank you, my love. I'm right there with you, my love. You are amazing. I can feel your power. Hi, sweetheart. Can you talk in about 5 minutes? Okay. Call me. Wow, you look fabulous in this photo. Ugh, gross.
When Lori Vallow had called Banner Life Insurance to indicate that she was the beneficiary, right?
Correct.
And on the 18th is when she learned that she was not.
Correct.
So in Exhibit 229, do we see on July 18th at 12:18 Arizona time? So I talked to the insurance company. He changed it in March. So it was probably Ned before we got rid of him. They can't tell me to whom, of course, but it's done. I'll still get the $4,000 a month from Social Security.
Yes.
So on July 18th, after she talks with Banner Life Insurance, Lori tells Chad she's not getting the life insurance.
Correct.
But she tells him she's getting $4,000 a month from Social Security.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now we know from Lori Vallow's text to Alex that she went to Social Security on August 12th, correct?
Yes.
And we also had testimony from Social Security about that.
Correct.
But here it is on July 18th of 2018, and she already knows she's going to get money from Social Security.
Correct.
Glad to hear that, James. Glad to hear that.
Again, do you see a lot of additional continuing every day, multiple?
Can't stop thinking about how much I love you. Just wanted you to know, my adorable sweetheart. At church for an hour, so please let me know if you can talk. Getting dressed. We'll be in the car in 5, so call me then.
Affirmations of their relationship.
I do.
And this email or this report just went through the July 18th where we have that message about the Social Security.
Yes.
Did those affirmations continue on after
Yes,
that?
they did.
So now that Charles is dead, there's a very open texting and calling relationship between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell.
Yes.
Now, we had indicated that there were multiple contact names that were associated in the Lollytime iCloud account to Chad Daybell.
Yes.
While you were looking at these text messages in the Lollytime iCloud account, did you locate any for a contact name Melani 2 with the number 2?
I did.
And in reviewing those messages, did you identify them as coming from Chad Daybell as well?
Yes, the number linked to that contact of Melani 2 was for Chad Daybell.
Did you even see a message from Melani 2 with an attached photo showing Chad Daybell?
Correct.
And were all those, not all of them, were there a substantial number of those messages between Melani 2 and Lori Vallow, the same sort of romantic discussions that you saw between contact name Bubby
Yes.
and Lori?
Yes.
When you were looking at the conversation between Chad Daybell as the Bubby contact, we saw a discussion about life insurance, correct?
Correct.
Did you also see a conversation between Lori and Melani 2, AKA Chad, about life insurance?
I did.
Melani 2, aka Chad. That's really funny.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 288 and 230. are those both one of the messages that is from Melanie 2, contact name, to Lori Vallow that was had an attached photo of Chad Daybell and another individual?
Yes.
Was that some of the information used to verify that this Melanie 2 was in fact Chad Daybell?
It was.
And then in 230, is that some of the SMS messages showing both that same romantic relationship as well as that conversation about the life insurance?
Correct.
State will move to admit 288 and 230.
Any objection?
Just the relevance, Your Honor.
288 and 230 are admitted.
So starting with 288,
That's the
was
relevant.
this, again,
Great
a
Lord.
message, an MMS, so meaning there's an attached photo with it, right?
Correct.
That occurred on July 17th of 2019 from Melanie 2 contact name. And it said, I took a photo with Alan Osmond for Mark.
Correct.
And when we looked at the photo, did you ever learn what Chad Daybell looked like?
I do know what he looks like, yes.
Is that Chad Daybell?
Yes, it is.
There he is.
So this is the person that she has been texting all the romantic love affirmations with right after Charles died.
Yes.
230, again, we see the same sort of romantic contact between them.
Correct.
And so this is, again, July 18th now, going on with another contact name for Chad Daybell in Lori's phone.
Yes.
And again, we see it's the Lollytime iCloud account, right?
Correct.
When we get to July 18th, this one, though, isn't earlier. For the Bubby one, we saw that it was a noon time message, right?
Right.
And so we learned that Lori received a email indicating she was not the beneficiary, and later she had a phone conversation.
Correct.
Does this one appear to be sort of the earlier one because it references, I just got the letter from the insurance company saying that I'm not the beneficiary. It's a spear through my heart. Who do you think he changed it to? Brandon or probably Kay? He left nothing for JJ.
Correct.
Did that conversation go on? Wow, that's terrible. There's no way to find out.
It did.
And did Lori then tell Chad, I might be able to see when I get his computer on Sunday, I could check the emails sent to the insurance company. It will show change of beneficiary. He must have done it recently.
Correct.
So we had seen, in fact, photos what appeared to be from a computer that were sent to Chad Daybell, correct?
Correct.
Showing that beneficiary change.
Yes.
So does that seem to match with, again, what Lori's telling Chad here about finding out who got that money?
It does.
Does Chad then say, it seems you would have to agree to change, maybe the name was forged, you should have a good paper trail to prove it, right?
Correct.
So he's trying to help her figure out how to get that money. So you then go on to say, I love you, this is terrible. It's probably another step in bringing down, what is this?
Gaddy Anton.
Oh,
Did you ever learn what that was?
I'm sure I researched it, but off the top of my head, I don't know what it is.
Okay.
they're like bad guys from the Book of Mormon.
Did Lori then tell him, nope, he can change it anytime he wants. He's the agent and anyone can change the beneficiary anytime with their own signature. I'm thinking it must be Kay.
Correct.
So she understood, at least to Chad, that Charles had that right.
Yes.
Does Chad then say, it will be interesting if he if it got changed after he had 2 bullets in his chest.
Oh, God.
Correct.
And she goes on to respond,
There you
I don't
go,
think you
Twiz.
could have. You can't change it after the death date. They would review that.
Correct.
And then she goes on to say again, I'm thinking Kay as well. Or he says, I'm thinking Kay as well. She probably freaking out that you got those computers.
Wow.
I'm going to shower and give you a blessing. I'm eager to get home so we can talk. It will be.
The part, it will be interesting if it got changed after he had 2 bullets in his chest.
Okay, my love. You are wonderful.
Correct.
And then she says, miss you so much. And he responds, miss you the most.
Yes.
So during this conversation, we see Chad and Lori discussing who this likely would have gone to and when it could have been changed, right?
Yes.
And that all occurred before the second conversation we see, also on the 18th, but closer to, I think, 12:30, 12:34, where she knows now it was changed in March.
Correct.
And in that, we see Chad referring to the 2 shots to the chest, right?
Yes.
So again, we know they've been talking about this. Did you see any other text messages talking about that?
I did not.
But we saw lots of phone calls between the two on the 11th.
Sure.
Now, as we have been talking through this conversation and much of this trial, we have referred to the defendant as Lori Vallow.
Correct.
And that's because she was married to Charles Vallow when he was shot on July 11th of 2019,
Oh,
right?
boy.
Yes.
During your review of those Lollytime at iCloud accounts, did you find evidence of when she became Lori Daybell?
I did.
Did you see a contract for the wedding?
I did.
Did you see wedding photos?
I did.
Where was that wedding?
Hawaii.
I can have my paralegal approach with 233.
We're going to try to go ahead, but we're caught up to live. This is telling people he's my boss. That's really funny. This is far and away the longest witness.
Looking at Exhibit 233 is that the report, as well as the actual document that was in the Lollytime at iCloud.com account that you reviewed, that the police obtained through a search warrant, relating to when Lori Vallow became Lori Daybell.
Correct.
State will move to admit 233.
Any objection?
Relevance.
Oh, boy.
233 is admitted.
So the first part of this, we see that, again, it notes that this is an image that was from the account, from the Lollytime iCloud account from 10/31, correct? And then this is the actual photograph that was uploaded into the iCloud account, correct?
Correct.
So we see Chad Daybell and Lori Ryan. Was Lori Ryan a prior name of Lori Vallow?
Yes.
That was Tylee Ryan's dad?
Correct.
So she used the Lori Ryan name in this. They use a home address of Rexburg, Idaho at that point.
Correct.
And then the date of the actual wedding is that November 5th of 2019.
Yes, it is.
So 4 months after Charles Vallow is shot and killed inside of the defendant's home, she has remarried to the man, Chad Daybell.
Yes.
I have no other questions for this witness.
Okay.
Cross.
Here we go. Buckle up, everybody.
Detective Duncan, when did you become the case agent?
I believe it was June of 2020.
Okay. And prior to you being the case agent, it was Detective Moffett?
Moffett, yes.
Is that correct? And was it because he got promoted that they made you the case agent over this case? or-
Yes.
Okay. And he's now a lieutenant, is that correct?
Yes, he is.
Okay. And so he was the case, was there anyone in between? Was he the case agent the whole time until 2020 when you took over?
Correct.
Yeah, so Candace, remember, he was sick yesterday. He was supposed to start testifying yesterday and he was ill, so he might still be sick. But also, I will just say that she's got her work cut out for her because that was a really long direct. It was the state's longest direct so far. And I mean, obviously, she has already a slew of challenges being who she is and all that. But that's a lot to, there was a lot of testimony. So it'll be interesting to see how she handles this cross exam.
And when you took over the case, what things did you do differently?
I wouldn't say differently. I continued what I was doing. I was looking at records for him. The records in this case, as you are, there's volumes of records. So continued to look at all of the independent iCloud records, call detail records, phone extractions, and also kind of reviewing what he had done prior to my assignment is what I'd done.
Right, so kind of reviewing and seeing what you need to look at.
Correct.
So is this, from what I was understanding what you were saying earlier, is this, you weren't really involved in the case since July 11th and now you're back involved in the case?
So July 11th, obviously I was there at the house.
Right.
Shortly after that, I had another homicide and my time was occupied with that. And it was several months later that I offered to help look at records because they were so much. And I'd always done that kind of in the background, but never really took a deep dive into them until that June 2020.
Okay, but you were kind of involved.
The thing is, she's got to be careful because a lot of this stuff, right? Once there were all these other deaths around, once there was like a bazillion more murders, right? Things changed and there was more, dude. Okay.
So you kind of knew what was going on in the investigation during those.
Somewhat.
During that time, that year in between,
Yes, yeah.
before you became the case agent.
Correct.
But not totally deep dive, but you kind of knew what was going on.
I understood it.
Okay.
Yes.
That's good.
Is it good, Lori? Is it good? Do you approve?
So let's go over that day again real quick. When you were there, what time were you there at the scene, from when to when?
I believe I arrived shortly after 9:15.
Okay.
And I would have left probably 4:30.
Okay. Were you at the house that whole time?
Yes.
So
Well,
you didn't.
Let me back up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go
I
ahead.
did leave for a short period of time to obtain a saw that we would need to cut that piece of flooring out and the baseboard.
Okay.
But then it came back, yes.
So you were at the scene that whole time, besides the time you went to get the saw?
Correct.
You didn't go to the Chandler Police Department?
No.
So you weren't there during our interviews?
No.
Okay. So, and you had mentioned something about you couldn't go in. I was confused. You couldn't go in until after the search warrant, but you were in before that, right?
No. So obviously your first responders, your police officers, the firefighters, they're going in to preserve life and treat the victim in this case. Then they back out. At that point, we will not let anybody in, given the circumstances of this case, until the search warrant is actually signed and executed. So we will wait outside the threshold of the house until that search warrant is signed, and then we will begin our investigation.
So I'm still confused. So
Yeah,
you didn't go into the house until after the search warrant, or you did get to go in beforehand?
No, I didn't go in before. I waited until after the search warrant.
Okay. So you had testified. I'm still confused. Sorry.
And I'm going to back again to the defendant testifying.
Oh my God.
Just ask the question.
You had also indicated that you had gone in and that Charles was on the floor. Is that correct?
I think the question was asked of me is, what did I see when I went in? And so and I would say after the search warrant we went in, that's what I saw.
But he was already gone in the ambulance at that point?
He never went in an ambulance.
Charles didn't go in the ambulance?
No, he went with the medical examiner's office.
Oh my God.
So what time did he leave?
I can't give you a specific time on that. I have to look at the medical examiner's office information for that.
But it was after you entered at 11:50?
Yes, it was way after that.
Okay. So then when you entered, what did you do at that point? Can you kind of walk me through that?
Yeah, so when I entered, obviously I
Lori?
made my general observations about what I saw in that room and of the body. And then talked with Detective Coons about what needed to be done next.
And what did you guys do next?
This is what she's prioritizing somehow.
So we came up with a game plan as far as how to process the scene, which direction, who was going to do what. Like I indicated, I was tasked with collecting that firearm.
Yeah, like I was going to say on direct, really the only testimony that he had about his involvement that day at the scene or whatever was the collection of the firearm.
And was also tasked with kind of looking through the house for any kind of blood evidence that might be present. The other task that I had, when we were ready, I contacted the medical examiner's office to report the death to them.
What time about was that call, do you think?
I do not know.
Sometime in between that?
Lori,
4:30,
he
is
doesn't
that
know.
Correct.
And did everyone leave the scene at 4:30? Is that kind of the timing when people were clearing out? Or?
Yeah, some might have stayed behind, and a lot of our ID techs like to sit in their cars and type their notes, that type of thing. But right around that 4:30, 4:45 is when the search warrant was completed.
Okay. And then there had been a walkthrough, is that correct?
Yes,
And so Alex had come back to the house just after 3-ish?
I believe that could have been the time, yes.
Okay. And then were you present during the walkthrough?
I was.
And who else was present?
Detective Moffitt, Detective Werther, Detective Coons, myself, and I want to say crime scene technician Jordan might have been there as well.
Okay. And was it Jordan that was wearing a body cam? Was there a body cam made of that?
No, I believe that Detective Werther had a body cam, but it something malfunctioned and didn't capture.
So there's no recording of that at all?
No.
Lori,
And Detective Moffitt was the case agent at that point, right? Because he'd been assigned that already?
Yes.
Okay. And so did each of you write reports on that walkthrough then, since there was no recording of it?
That would have all been included in our report, not a specific walkthrough report, but in our original narrative, yes.
Everyone would talk about it, mention it, with their perspective?
Not everybody has to, as long as somebody or one or two people wrote about it to know that it happened.
Right. So since there's no recording of it, though, someone is assigned, like, because Moffitt is the case agent, or who would do that? Be assigned to include it in the report, for sure?
It's different. I'll give you the example. If you look at probably my report compared to Detective Coons' report, you might notice, similarities in there. You might notice stuff that I went into more detail on, or he went into more detail. But it depends on whether they write it or not. They could just put something as simple, I was present during a walkthrough.
Okay. So since you became the case agent, have you read all the reports?
At one time or another, yes, I have.
So is there anyone specific that kind of ran through what happened at the walkthrough?
Your Honor, I object to asked and answered and relevance.
okay.
And hearsay.
Sustained us to asked and answered.
Did you write about it in your report?
I'm going to object again to relevance, hearsay, asked and answered.
Sustained us asked and answered.
We're at
You already answered
154.
that.
You mentioned that it was Detective Werther who had the body cam, is that correct?
Again, asked and answered.
So
Sustained.
did you read his report?
I have read his report, yes.
Did he mention the walkthrough and what happened?
And I'm going to object again to relevance, hearsay, and asked and answered.
Okay.
To the extent that it would call for a hearsay answer, I'll sustain the objection.
Detective, when you became the case agent, you were kind of aware, so you knew what had been done in the investigation, is that correct?
Yes,
And so you knew who had been interviewed, is that correct?
yes,
And you knew what had been tested or not tested at that point?
correct.
So the bat was tested for fingerprints. We learned that in the testimony, is that correct?
Correct.
And the results were inconclusive.
Correct.
And so there were no latent prints were identified. That's correct.
Correct.
And there were prints, but we just don't know whose they were. Is that accurate?
Sounds about right, yes.
Now, we learned that the bat was swabbed for DNA and sent to the lab. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was that ever tested?
No, it was not.
And why not?
When making this decision, you have to look at the probative value of that and what that would show or what a test would prove. DNA and fingerprints are not time specific. That bat was owned by Tylee, to our knowledge. It was in a household where you lived. It was in a household where Alex was. And at one point, based on the fact of when we understood the bat to have been purchased, Charles was living in the house as well. So that bat was accessible to all those people. So if at one point during that time that person touched that bat, all that it would be saying is that somebody touched that bat at some point, not during this incident.
Right.
Touch DNA.
But there was no blood found on the bat, is that correct?
Correct.
But would that be able to be told from DNA?
There was nothing that was visible that could see, like if blood dries or anything like that. There was nothing that would indicate that here's a spot we need to test for that particular, for blood.
Right, but would DNA tell if there was blood? Could they do it?
No,
Find
no,
out if
no.
there was blood on the bat
No,
from the DNA
Lori.
test?
Once again, blood is, you would see if it dries and crusts, then you would see that particular blood. DNA comes in many forms. It can come in touch, it can come in sweat, blood, but you would think that blood would be visible at that point to be able to test. And we did not see anything like that.
Okay, so if there was none of Alex's DNA on the blood, wouldn't that tell us something? I mean, on the bat at all, then wouldn't that tell us something?
If there were none of Alex's, it would just mean that Alex never touched that bat at any time.
And wouldn't it tell us that Alex was never hit in the head with that bat?
Once again, it's not specific. I can't, if there was blood on the bat, then yes, we would test for that. But there's no visible blood on the bat.
I understand that, but when you're doing an investigation, are you not trying to figure out what happened?
Objections.
Yes, and that's what we
Don't you
did.
want all the information to do
God.
that?
Yes.
And so whose responsibility would it be to request the DNA testing from the swab that was taken?
Once again, that would just show, it's not showing that it's blood. There's no blood on the bat. It was
Which
just
is
showing
so
that
dumb.
a DNA swab was taken of that particular area to be able to test later on. But there's no discoloration that would show any kind of blood.
And who in the Chandler Police Department would be requesting that DNA to be tested? Who would have to do that?
That'd be me.
It would be you.
As the new,
So she's confused. She thinks that when they test DNA, the DNA will say if it's blood or if it's whatever, which is just ridiculous. Like, this is really sad that she doesn't even have enough of that background before going pro se on this. Like, this is crazy. Like, you have to understand how this works.
case agent, that would be me, or Detective Moffitt at the beginning.
Board.
And so Detective Moffitt never did that, is that correct?
Correct.
And you never did that, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if Charles' DNA was on the bat, then wouldn't that tell us something also?
Did he touch the bat at some point?
Yeah, that he took it from Tylee, like
No.
she said in her interview.
No.
And I'm going to
Jack.
object and move to
Sustained.
strike that.
Yep. There it
The
is.
jury should disregard that last question. That information is not in evidence.
Detective, wouldn't that have answered some questions for us in your investigation?
I don't think it would have, no.
Okay. We learned that the gun in testimony, that the gun was tested just last month. Is that correct?
Correct.
And who requested that test?
I did.
And why did you request that test?
Quiz.
So on firearms, immediately after we have a firearm case, we have the ability to utilize a system called NIBIN. NIBIN is run through the ATF. And what NIBIN will do is we can fire a particular firearm that we have
NIBIN.
control over and obtain casings from those. We could then take the casings from the scene casings
That's hilarious,
and then
Quiz.
compare those together.
That's hilarious.
We already knew that that gun fired those casings very early in the investigation, as a not even report provided. However, ATF will not testify in court. So playing the balancing game of when a trial will begin and whether a trial will even happen, I do not like to make more work for a firearm analyst than I have to. When we know that we are in and going to trial, then I will send that over to them because they were the ones that will testify to that.
Okay.
Okay, I'm all right. Okay.
So it wasn't after my investigator suggested that none of the guns had been tested
No,
that you
no.
ordered that test?
I never spoke to your investigator about that either.
Okay. When did
So official, of course we remember that song. Are you kidding? The thong song? How could you forget that? So, again, this is not pertaining to this case, but I'll show this really quick because it is really funny. And we'll bring it up again on a next BK stream. Okay, hang on. Fucking hilarious, Twiz. Fucking funny. Little Twiz with crayons. I love the arrow. The arrow, you're getting fancy with the arrows now, Twiz. That is hilarious. I love it, Twiz. Very good. I think Twiz was making this so he was not, and that's why he didn't answer the questions about his role as my boss and whatnot. But it's well worth it. This is really funny. So oh, okay. All right. Back to the trial. Yeah, I have not seen Heather in a hot minute. Also, Meg, I haven't seen in a hot minute.
the Chandler Police Department take possession of the gun?
On July 11th.
And then it was tested in March, is that correct?
Correct.
And then we've established through expert testimony of Detective Coons that the floorboard was not tested either. Is that correct?
Correct.
And he also established that the projectile was not tested either. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, I
Detective
haven't seen Meg or Heather in a couple days. So
also confirmed that no tests were done on my husband's shirt. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then when you became the case agent on this case, why didn't you request any of these tests?
Because I was confident that based on the medical examiner's report of an entry wound to the lower left quadrant, an exit wound to the upper left rear shoulder, and a corresponding defect, or what I would refer to as a bullet strike in the floor.
Oh, here we
if
go.
you take those 3 points and match them up, then there's no other explanation other than Charles was laying on the ground at that time.
Okay, bamboo.
So the medical examiner said he could not say that he was laying on the ground for sure, but you're saying that in your detective opinion,
oh my God,
you know that for sure?
I believe so, yes.
Oh,
and so
aha,
were
Lori.
you there to witness it with your eyes?
No.
Shut up, bitch. Oh God.
Detective, to your knowledge, did my brother and my daughter and myself willingly comply with everything asked of us by law enforcement on July 11th, 2019?
I can't speak to that, no.
I know, right, Candace?
Did we answer all the questions asked to us?
Is she going to literally just finish with these same questions that she's asked to everybody and then just sit down and not even go over anything that he testified to? I mean, I guess that would answer my question. Remember when I was like, remember at the beginning of this when I was like, what is she going to do? He testified forever. He was on stand for hours and hours and hours, tons of information. How would how is she going to have the skills needed to approach this? Is she just going to ignore it? Maybe.
I have nothing to say you didn't.
Did we follow all directions given to us by law enforcement?
Oh my God, she might be wrapping up.
Speculation and foundation as to how this detective does that. He's already said he wasn't at the station.
He's the case agent.
No, Lori.
He can testify to what he observed for himself. So if you want to tailor your
With his
question to
eyes,
that.
Lori.
Would you say that according to every report and every detective that you've talked to?
I feel like she's
and
finishing.
Anything else that you would say that we fully complied with law enforcement that day on July 11th, 2019?
Object to hearsay.
I'm going to sustain the objection to the form that it was asked.
So according to all the reports that have been given by everyone who was there, and you're the case agent, so you're in charge of all of these people, is that correct?
I'm not in charge of them, but
Compound. They could object to compound.
I've read the reports.
So you have read the reports.
Yeah.
And as far as you know, to your knowledge, we fully cooperated with law enforcement that day on July 11th, 2019?
And again, object to hearsay. And lack of personal knowledge.
I'm just thinking about it.
Sustained.
All right.
Has it come to your knowledge that we did not comply with everything?
And I would object to the exact same thing, lack of personal knowledge and hearsay.
He can answer that
She
question.
just tried to flip it. That's funny.
Can you answer it? Can you ask that again?
Have you come to the knowledge that we did not comply that day for any reason?
I have not.
Okay.
No further questions?
Are you, did I turn my husband's phone over when asked?
Yes.
Did Alex turn his phone over willingly?
I am not sure when Alex or if Alex turned his phone on. I'm not aware of that.
Okay. So is there a body cam where his phone was placed into an evidence bag? That's correct.
I do remember seeing that, yes.
And then the evidence bag is put into the front of the police car where he was taken to the Chandler Police Department. Is that correct?
I didn't see that, but I trust the fact that it was taken at that time, yes.
And so according to that body cam, it looked like he turned it over on request.
And I'm going to object to speculation.
You don't have any knowledge that he didn't, is that correct?
Oh my God.
I'll allow that last.
See, that worked last time, so
I don't have knowledge,
she's going to use that again.
So do you know who
Double
had
dip.
taken possession of his phone at that point?
I don't.
Do you know who drove him to the Chandler Police Department?
Well, through this hearing, Officer Krautheim.
Oh, that's right.
Oh my God, Lori.
The one I couldn't remember how to spell.
Lori?
Again, yeah.
Sustained, please.
Oh
don't
my
testify.
God.
Was a copy of Alex's phone made by the Chandler Police Department?
I don't know.
You don't know?
He just said that.
There's so much information. I don't know whether we received his call detail records or an actual copy was made. I don't know.
So you're the case agent.
Yeah, I'd have to look and see if that was the case.
So you're the case agent and you don't know if the person who shot my husband's phone
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God.
was ever,
Yeah. At this moment, I don't recall.
so there's no Cellbrite of it. Is that correct?
Lori?
In the discovery?
I think the only thing that we have is his call detail records, which would be from his cellular provider.
So what would the typical protocol be for you to, if someone handed over their phone, wouldn't it be to do a digital download of it?
So that can be one of two ways. It could be under a search warrant to do that, or it can be under consent to do that. I do not believe I don't believe that his phone was extracted at that time.
So he would have to give consent? Is that what you're saying?
Or a search warrant, but that would have been through Detective Moffett.
So Detective Moffett would have had to get a
So
search
ask
warrant and
him.
then he would download it?
Based on their conversation, whether Alex would be willing to do that or whether a search warrant was needed, but that was Detective Moffett's call at that time.
And he decided not to do that?
I don't know what his process
You're asking
is
the wrong person.
or his thought process.
Well, I'm saying that he did not
No.
do that, and you're the case agent now, so you would know if that was done, correct?
Lori,
You're asking me to speak for Detective Moffett,
Right.
whether it was done or not?
ask.
No, I'm asking you to speak as a case agent now if you know if it was done or not.
I believe it was not.
Okay. Do you think that would be important to your investigation?
Absolutely, knowing what we know now, yes.
Okay, you're a detective, right?
Correct.
You have to look at all the angles, right?
Correct.
You don't know what happened, right? You just stated that you weren't there, right?
Correct.
So wouldn't that be crucial information that the police department didn't bother to take?
Once again,
I have to say, this is maybe the first point she's made ever on any cross where she's actually asking a question that would normally matter.
and I don't know what the conversation with Detective Moffat and Alex was and what his reasoning for not. Would I have taken it? Yes.
She really needs to be asking Moffat, dude.
But that was not your call at the time.
Correct.
And so in lieu of that, what did you do to try to obtain that information?
We got his call detail records through his company.
And so is it safe to say that it's much better to have the actual phone to do the extraction so that you can have everything that was on the phone?
Yeah, but you can also obtain a lot of that stuff through other means, through iCloud records, Google records. But yeah, it is nice to have that phone.
So would you call that an oversight by Detective Moffat?
Lori.
Object to speculation.
Yeah, it's the wrong witness.
Sustained.
So was the phone then returned to Alex that day?
Yes,
How did that happen? Was it just handed to him or?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And that would have also been Detective Moffat's call.
Correct.
And we haven't heard from Detective Moffat, is that correct?
Correct.
I would imagine he might be next for the state. Or maybe the last witness, possibly.
So according to your knowledge, that when Alex was called by Chandler Police to return to the scene for the walkthrough by detectives, he did so, is that correct?
Yes, he did.
You saw him there?
Yes.
And did he answer everyone's questions while you were there, that you observed?
Yes, he did. There was very little questioning. It was just more of a positional type thing. It was, where were you?
It was more, I'm sorry, I missed that last part.
Where was he? Where was he standing during the time?
Oh, and so he kind of walked it through with you and all four of you were there, right?
Yes.
5. And no one was asking him any questions?
Your Honor, I'm going to, again, we've already gone through this before, asked and answered, as well as verging on hearsay.
I'm going to sustain the objection. How much do you have left on your cross, you would think?
I don't know, Your Honor, a lot.
In other words, more than a couple minutes. Should we take our afternoon break?
Oh, yes, we should
right.
take a break.
Let's take our afternoon break for staff. It'll be about 15 minutes. Please remember the admonition.
All right.
Wow. Yeah, so Lori's at 172 objections from the state. Guys, we're probably going to save the rest of this for part 2, although it's kind of uneven. Like part 1 is the bulk, right? Like, I don't know how long they will go. It seems like it's going to be this one witness for the day, and that's if they even finish him. So very interesting. The state's been moving through these witnesses really quickly. And this is far and away the longest witness. They had him on the stand all day. She only just started cross recently here. And so now they're taking their afternoon break. I think I'm going to call it here. And then what we'll probably do, because it seems to work out, is finish this right before court starts tomorrow. And then I also have been saving some other videos that we've been talking about, like Summer Shiflet's testimony. And I've got some other good things too that I've been stockpiling as it relates to things we've been talking about throughout the day. As for Idaho, I don't know yet. We might do that tomorrow morning, or we might do it tonight. I'll have to sort of see when I get finished with my lessons. And for anyone who did miss the Discord movie night, we will do that again. So don't worry about that. Quote from the room, don't worry about it. Anyway. So let me do the math. So it's hard to say because I don't know how much longer will be left of the, like, basically the way I would determine that is I would look at how long for the rest of the day, right? For part 2. Like if they end early, it just depends, right? And then I would add in time for the other videos and then I would subtract that from like 2:30. So it kind of depends. Maybe around noon, maybe around noon my time. Just depending on how long they go with this witness until the end of the day. It's just court's really unpredictable. So by the end of when they finish today, then I will know how long that is. And then I can kind of do the math and set up that live stream. So maybe around noon, if I had to guess though, my time. She didn't actually bring up the bamboo or golf yet, but you know what? She's not done. And that's the thing. She's like, oh, I'm not even close to being finished. Great, Lori, great. So she's currently at, what did I say, 172 objections. Yeah, no, you're okay. You're okay. Yeah. So, and so what we might do is we might do Idaho before that. We'll just have to see if anything else comes out, or maybe we'll do that tonight. We'll just sort of see. And yeah, we will also have a Mulligan movie night for the room for those of you guys who were asking about that. It's just worth watching many times anyway. So, but yeah, so if you, for anyone who missed it, some of you guys were there, but we did also have Karen read earlier before this. So, so we will finish out this day. Just be live. Why not? We'll finish out this day probably before court resumes tomorrow. That just it works out doing that because that way it's like court picks up where it ends, you know? So it kind of has been working out to do that. Plus they start so late, like my time, by the time you add in the 3 hours and then the half an hour delay and all that business. Right. So, so yeah, but that'll be it for this one, guys. But as always, thanks for being awesome and being amazing squirrels, as always. That's so many true. That's so many true. That's so true. Yeah, but we didn't watch it all the way. We didn't watch it all the way through. I mean, but it is just so worth it going back and watching things. So anyway, but yes, love you guys. Thanks for being here as always. And I will see y'all next time. Squirrel. Where is it? Squirrel out.